Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, 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 everybody. We are back with more Adelsons. And for those of you guys who missed it last time, we finished watching the jail calls with Charlie and Donna, including the hot mic moment, infamous hot mic moment. And we did read the first of these 4 Donna emails. However, I'm considering reading it again because it was just that insane. And it is, there's a lot to try to understand, but we get a really, really, really good look into Donna's state of mind, if you will, and also the family dynamic, especially as it pertains to, well, her and Wendi, but her and really everybody in the family, and how she, and also Donna, and how she tried to also control Dan Markel during his life. So while he was married to Wendi. But also today, the plan is to watch some of Wendi's testimony from Charlie's trial. And if you've seen it, you know, I think it's a good chance to review it, especially because we've just finished watching her interrogation. And of course, with going through these emails and everything, we have a lot more context since the trial actually happened. Of course, like, for example, the jail calls, right? We heard those after he was convicted. You know, and of course, we're gearing up for Donna's trial. Potentially, I think they're looking for June. But all of this, of course, in the wake of the anticipation, and hopefully that justice will be coming soon, and for Wendi herself. So, and I think we may also watch some of Jeff's testimony, probably not today, but maybe next time. We might also review some of his testimony, because I think that will be really interesting. And I know a lot of you guys are not as familiar with this case. So if you're not familiar with it, this will be a great sort of way to get kind of up to speed. You know, there's been numerous other trials and convictions already in this case, but at least as it pertains to the family directly, you know, that's kind of where, for those of you guys who already have knowledge, then that's still a good refresher. But if you don't have full knowledge, haven't been following it, I think it's still a good place to sort of start, because, you know, as I've been sort of talking about it, I think I mentioned this last time, you know, I'm thinking of it as like the Adelson family food chain. And so, so we're sort of focusing on that currently. So shout out to Candace and shout out to Frank's, reasonable time of the day. Yeah, I was going to do this yesterday, and then my voice, I just didn't think my voice was going to be up to par, because I've been dealing with that laryngitis. So, Franks, do we already have a command for you? Because if not, we should make one. But happy you're here, Franks. You know, I'm glad you're here also, because I needed to say something. So, Franks, when you were on Vinny's Christmas stream thing, you know what I'm talking about, right? I haven't had a chance to say this to you, and it was easier than trying to put it in like a comment. So what's really funny is you had not, to my knowledge, ever appeared on camera before. And it's really funny because I have, you know, as one does, right? I've been like in my mind imagined what you look like, just like not, you know, I do this with everybody, right? If they don't have their picture in their YouTube thing, or they don't have it, you know, if they don't have a picture or a video, whatever. Anyway, I just wanted to say what's really funny is when you were on Vinny's live stream, you looked identical to what I pictured you as, which is just really funny, to where like before I even knew that the mods were going to be on there, before like when I think I was watching on replay, but when I saw it, and I didn't really know what I didn't hear the beginning part, right? But I was like, oh, look, there's Frank's. And then I was like, oh, wow, anyway, it's just funny. So you looked like exactly as I pictured. And if Frank's has a command, I don't think she does, but it would be this. And let's just see if my bot has anything. So I don't see anything yet, but also, yeah, I know you don't want to be on camera. That was funny, but he probably required that, or, you know, not required, but it's hard to say no to Vinny, right? Also, one thing that I noticed when I was doing the timestamps on the last video, which I'm almost done with, but anyway, something that's really funny that I don't know if anyone noticed this from the jail calls, you guys, Charlie says Coinkydink, like instead of coincidence, he says Coinkydink. And I don't know if anybody caught it. And in fact, the subtitles generate the word coincidence, but he says Coinkydink. And I didn't even notice it until I was doing the timestamps, but I thought it was so amazing that I, of course, as one does, I clipped it as an audio clip. So let me show you guys what I've got here. So this is him saying Coinkydink.
It's either a coinkydink or she gives up. She couldn't help herself.
He's talking about Wendi showing up at Trescott. That's what he is talking about. Let's hear it again.
It's either a coinkydink or she gives up. She couldn't help herself.
She couldn't help herself. He says that a bunch of times in those calls. So yes, Franks, let me know if you want a command. We have commands for so many people as far as like STSers that you are familiar with, like Black Witter, Super Planner Girl, DSN, putting their commands in the chat. Shout out to all the STSers. Trying to think, I'm sure there's other people, but yes. So feel free. And it can be whatever you want. People have all different kinds of things. So, okay. So let's do this. Let's start out with this first email, just for anyone who missed it, and because it's that good. We're going to go through this, and as people filter in, we may also do our, there's been much talk made about this on my end, but we may also do our real world true crime vote. And for anyone who hasn't seen it, I'll just show y'all real quick. Let me do this. Hold on. Let me share it this way. Okay, so for anyone who hasn't seen, so we've got group 1, we got group 2. Oh, they're not. Hold on. There we go. Group 2. And so we've got 24, and we need to vote and get it down to 12. That will be the final cast living in the house. So we'll see if we want to vote on that today. But yeah, there they are. Okay, so now let me go back to my documents here. Okay, cool. All righty. So this is the first email of Donna's from May 3rd, 2013 to Wendi. Now, as you'll see, it's interesting because Donna, well, let me start reading and you guys will see. Okay. All righty. So, of course, we have the subject already condescending, even from the subject line, right? In scare quotes, memorandum of law. So that's poking fun at Dan Markel's filing. That's Donna being condescending towards him. I'm going to try to do a Donna voice. We'll see. I hear her voice so clearly in my head from listening to the jail call. So let's see if I can try to. Okay. Dear Wendi. Okay. Funny that she starts with okay. Okay. Just saw this email this morning. Obviously, his 23-page rant was insufficient, so he is trying to push the court to deny hearing your petition. Again, I'm not a lawyer. Really, Donna? Really? I don't know if to prevent any action, your attorney must respond or not. Only you and she know that. However, Jibbers has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get you what he's always gotten, his way. His job allows for lots of time to put into this project. And you know as well as I do that all the research he's done on different case law to prove his point is his research, not his attorney's. No matter who did it, he is quoting 13 cases to show why the court should basically throw out your petition. Is Kristen answering this? Does it require an answer to make sure that this is not seen by the court as ignoring his rights? I don't know. You need to find out. Side note, this is me again, not Donna. I do also have Charlie's most recent court filing. It is a motion to like reconsider the sentencing. So I do have that. If you guys want to go through that, we can do that as well. I meant to mention that earlier. Okay. Back to the email. The most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is your non-negotiable. Lots of things are negotiable. That's the one thing that you cannot let her think, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job with hours much more flexible than your current job, so that you can spend significantly more time with the children, which requires teaching hours, office hours, court appearances, meetings with med school people, and multiple trips away from home. Those trips need to be coordinated with a very angry man who will not be cooperative with you in this regard. For example, this weekend you had your annual conference for blank. At the same time, his regular NYU crap was taking place. By the way, I'm trying to do like a Donna reading here. That's why it's in case you're like, what's going on? Okay. He didn't say, I go to NYU every month and this is your annual meeting. I'll stay with the children and you go. Of course not. Danny thinks he's a very important person. And as always, he and his needs come first. So without your parents as backup, one of you would have had to stay home with the children. Your attorney needs to understand that your mother worked full-time in the family's dental practice until September, when she felt she was needed by you for the well-being of the children to get them through a transitional time with people who love them and see them frequently and with whom they share great affection. Your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient's schedules around so that he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Both the disappearance of your mother from the position of office manager and the disappearance of your father from the practice for a significant amount of time has caused a decrease in the practice income and the loss of patients who feel that it's either not being run the same way as when my mother. Okay, so here is when she switches, okay? So Donna's got a lot of voices in her head, it appears. And so now she's switched into being Wendi, as you can see. Because it starts out here, this is the sentence right here. It starts out the disappearance of your mother, right? And your father. In the same sentence, she switches to my. So now she's being Wendi. And as you'll see, she goes back and forth. And then she responds to she also has a conversation with herself and as Wendi. It's really special and unique. All right. So I'm going to start the sentence again now that you guys know what to look for. So both the disappearance of your mother from the position of office manager and the disappearance of your father from the practice for a significant amount of time has caused a decrease in the practice income and the loss of some patients who feel that it's either not being run the same way as when my mother was there full-time, or that my father is unable to see patients with problems and has referred them to other offices during his absences. Additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, we're still Wendi, right? My older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. My brother is unmarried and is a wonderful uncle to Benjamin and Lincoln. If I am able to relocate to South Florida, they will have an incredibly warm and loving family. Debatable. Well, also, they're all going to be incarcerated. Anyway, as an integral part of their lives, not an occasional 2-day weekend trip to visit. Now, which is really funny because this directly contradicts what she's just been saying, right? They've lost their jobs, the practice is declining, the patients are being affected, the patients are making sacrifices, a private plane, all this so that they can be in Tallahassee so much, but now it's occasional. So, okay. Donna already mentioned she's not an attorney, but I will just say it's a good thing because clearly her logic is lacking, I would say. Okay. Now this is where it gets really funny because response. So this is Donna responding to herself as herself and herself as Wendi. Right? right? So we don't have a Wendi response. We have a Donna response to Donna. All right. Buckle up. It gets weirder. All right. Now, again, Donna having said she's not an attorney, but now she's going to try to act like she's an attorney, right? Like, okay. Brief background. 1, this is a no-fault divorce state. So his nonsense about no marital infidelity or abuse doesn't matter. However, a hot temper and verbal abuse is what you need to emphasize that you suffered under his reign, in scare quotes. This is where it gets really interesting, right? Because now Donna is diagnosing Dan Markel with narcissistic personality disorder. You guys? Okay. Narcissistic personality disorder causes major problems in a marriage, especially when one believes that because he attended Harvard undergrad and Harvard law, he's clearly better and smarter than anyone else, including you. Only an idiot like him would write that he should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding the health, education, and religion of his children. Clearly, no one, including you, is as smart as he is in those regards. The money you moved into an account for you was exactly half to the penny of the joint account, which is marital assets. The furniture you took was the bare minimum. Oh, this is one of my favorite parts. A bed for you to sleep on from the guest bedroom, one nightstand, and your dresser. You took 2 chairs that you bought 5 years ago at a neighborhood furniture store's closeout sale for $50 each. The number of things that are so odd, like that Donna would know this. Why does she know it? Why is she like, why is it relevant? Anyway, so many questions, but it's just craziness, right? Like this right here. You took 2 chairs that you bought 5 years ago at a neighborhood furniture store's closeout sale for $50 each. You have receipts to show all the new furniture you purchased to relocate to a safe place. You absolutely must emphasize that the only reason you left was when he was out of town is because of the threat. You'll leave without your children, without a penny, and just with the clothes on your back. It's super important for the judge to get the message that this guy is a big bully. I know she'll be able to read that when you submit copies of some of the emails he sent you. He feels if he said something, that's it. Well, that's not it. Donna's like, no, I'm getting the last word, even though this is not my marriage. This is not my divorce. These are not my children. But Donna's going to make sure she tries to get the last word as herself and as Wendi. Amazing. Amazing. You know, there's people who do, like, I think it's a real thing where there's like one person plays, right? Where they like are all the characters. Donna, she could have, in an alternate life, like that could have been a job for her, right? One of those people. Write it. She would want to write it, direct it, and then star as all the characters. Okay. He says you did this while he was on a short business trip. How about how many trips to conferences, etc., has this man taken? How much time away from his family? You have all those documented. Now, you need to sit down and figure out how many days away that's been. How about adding to that all his 2-week trips to Israel, especially when you were at the end of your pregnancy? Sweet, caring, concerned husband. You guys. He talks about not knowing where the children were, incorrect address, for the first 6 weeks. Let the court know that although he was never particularly interested in the children prior to the divorce, he was advised to keep a diary and make sure that he shows his interest now. You arranged to meet him the very next day with Alan and Lynn Grossman, mutual friends, and the children at a local yogurt shop so that you could see the children were fine. You were in fear of his temper, and so you did not want to reveal your address. However, 4 days after the separation, you arranged to bring the children to his house as his parents were going to be in town, and they were there for the Rosh Hashanah holiday with them. The following week was one of his uninvited treks to your office after he threatened you with federal kidnapping charges, which, of course, now he recants like he does everything he can't believe he actually did. You gave him your address. That was 1 week after separation, not 6 weeks. He says you took non-marital assets. What? Question mark, question mark. Whatever you call that symbol. Question mark. Oh, Accurate. Yes, she is indeed a piece of work for sure. It gets worse though. It gets worse. He says the children were 3 and 1 at the time this took place. So here she's going to try to correct him on the kids' ages, right? Ben was 3 and Lincoln was 23 months, 1 month before his 2nd birthday. He talks about you both being well-paid professors with stable jobs. Yours is not a 10-year job track. And with the economy as it is, there's no guarantee it will be there in the future. His trash talking to various faculty members about your mental instability has also poisoned your work environment, making it extremely difficult for you to function there in the same way as you previously did. Your job also pays you half of what his job pays. So on your own, it's not feasible to continue to live it, even in the home you are currently renting. You have borrowed a considerable amount of money from your parents and must repay it for furniture, legal fees, moving expenses, etc. Oh, now we're back to Wendi. My parents. Okay, so we were here. You have borrowed. Now we're back to Donna's Wendi again. My parents have paid all grocery bills up to this point, for which I will also have to reimburse them. I do not want to dip into the money from our marital account, as that will have to go towards supporting my children and for their future. Okay, now she's back to Donna again, I believe. According to Gibbers, the relocation must show that the current arrangement for the children is deficient from the perspective of the children and that relocation would advance their interests. This is something that we have reviewed numerous times in other papers. Wendi. Review all that we've put together in this regard rather than have me repeat it. Obviously, the number one reason is significantly more income for you in a job that will also give you significantly more time with the children. For children at this tender age, nothing is more important than spending quality time with them, which your current job does not permit. The financial freedom which will accompany this job will also allow you to provide educational and outside activities and lessons for the boys that would not be affordable under your current salary. Number 2, the ability for our children. Okay, so now we're back to Wendi. Okay, now she's Wendi again. Number 2, the ability for our children to spend quality time with my parents and my mother. A retired elementary school teacher would be a huge bonus to our children's academic and social progress. In my parents' home, this is the part that shocked me when I read this on the last one, where now you can see Donna's assumption and plan that she's been talking about. So this is, I don't know that anyone else has noticed this, right? But all this talk about the relocation and back to Tallahassee and all that, I don't know that anyone has realized that it's worse than we thought, because it's not just back to Tallahassee or whatever, or sorry, to Miami, right? Back to down south, right? To Miami from Tallahassee. This relocation isn't just being in the same city, okay? The assumption is that Wendi and the kids would all move back into the parents' home. And that is very clear, even just from this first email, you can see that that was the plan. That was the assumption, that they should be living in that home. And at one point, Donna even says something like, come back to the home. Like, it's crazy. It's like Donna seems to think that that Wendi should never have moved out of the home and that her and her children should always have been living there. So, but you can see this here because it's like, in other words, it's not Wendi having her own house with the kids. Okay. Like, check this out, right? So in my parents' home, each child currently has and would continue to have their own rooms with appropriate beds, furniture, books, and toys. What this is saying is that continues to have, right? They're going to be living there, that they've got enough space for like, they're ready for them to move into the parents' home. Isn't that insane? Right. But it is weird because sometimes, like, the mid-sentence though, right? I mean, she could tell Wendi what to say to the judge by keeping it her saying, Wendi, here's what you should say, you know? I mean, she doesn't even say that, right? It's really more like, this is really more just like rants, right? It's like Donna is so upset and personally invested. It's a control thing. I talked about this on the last one too, where it's like, this is clear that this is not about her. This is not her relationship. This isn't, this is not her, what is it? Her circus or her monkeys, whatever the saying is, but she is so invested in this. You can tell she's like thinking about this all the time, that it's as if it is her, right? It's affecting her in not a normal way. And this is less like, here's some constructive advice, especially when Wendy's an attorney, Wendi has an attorney, that like, this is not necessary or helpful, right? so it's really more like this is just, it's like she can't stop thinking about it. And so that's why she's like sending these emails back to back and more, more, right? Like Wendy's not even responding. It's not actually, there's no practical purpose here. It's just because she's like going crazy thinking about it, right? And so she has to get it out. Like that's sort of my interpretation of this. But isn't that so insane though? The expectation that Wendi and the kids would live until the end of time, live in the parents' home with them. Okay. Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years since the birth of our first son, taking him to synagogue with him as an infant so that he can absorb the music and the prayers. He has done the same with our second son. This is also to show the congregation what an attentive father he is. The fact remains that the children are watched by teenage children of other congregants in a sort of playroom while the services are going on. Mr. Markel picks one of them up to come back out at certain parts of the service to hear particular hymns and then returns them to the care of babysitters. This is done rather than allowing them to remain home with me. When I protested, he insisted. He always gets his way. There are no Hebrew day schools in Tallahassee. Mr. Markel seems intent upon religious training, but feels that only he could provide the best religious training for our children. He's indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about a religious school for them, then clearly one of the 37 Hebrew day schools in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County would be a better choice for our boys. My home. So now she's back to being Donna because her home, Broward County, right? Because we know Wendy's still in Tallahassee. So now we're back to Donna. My home in Broward County is close to many of these schools and midway between Dade and Palm Beach schools. And I commented on this last time. I was like, oh, Broward County. Like, okay, maybe there's more Hebrew schools, but the crime rate is a lot higher. Broward County. Okay. I hope your attorney, so we're back to Donna, is researching cases. So this is great. I love this part. This is when Donna is trying to like give advice to Wendy's attorney as if Wendy's attorney needs Donna's help. Okay. I hope your attorney is researching cases when relocation was granted and what the circumstances were. This is the best part. Also, all cases are different. And because one case doesn't allow it, doesn't mean that should prevent another case from receiving that benefit. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Donna, you already said you're not an attorney, right? You're reminding Wendi, in case anyone got confused, you reminded everybody here that you're not an attorney. So, but like this most basic principle of researching case law, you think that Wendy's attorney, anyway. Danny has said on numerous occasions, one I have on my phone as a saved message, what wonderful grandparents and in-laws we've been. He knows that the children are very close to us and we'd always be there to take care of them. Well, except for when you're in custody or in Vietnam, which is what your plan was. So yeah. What's going to happen in June when he wants to go to 3 different conferences? Don't let him go. If you do, you're enabling and facilitating your stay in Tallahassee. You'll be showing him that anytime he has a meeting he wants to go to, that's fine. You'll watch the boys. That's the whole point of relocation for you and the children. He can continue to attend all the meetings he wants to go to and then arrange for frequent and extended visitation with the boys. Maybe some of the money, this is great. Maybe some of the money he spends on trips can be used instead to visit the boys. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets. Since he does have a family that would allow him to use their homes to stay in, but obviously that's a last-ditch effort if all else fails. He's trying to show the court that your request is frivolous and that you should have to pay for yours and his court costs in this plea. Your lawyer has to let the court know that it's anything but frivolous. And also, isn't he supposed to pay some of your regular legal fees? This bastard has not paid 1 cent towards your bridge gap alimony. Why? Why only 2 months of a child support payment over an 8-month time frame? Loving, caring father that he is. Deep breaths. Do you need info on grocery bills? I have a good many of them and can show the court what it's been costing just for that with no support from gibbers. Also, find out from Kristen if she wants you to pay us back now or wait. What's best for your case? I'm too angry to write anymore. I'm going to shower, wash my hair, and get ready for you and the boys to come home. And there it is. This is the point, right? You and the boys to come home to their house, as if that's where they're supposed to be living, as if that's it, right? They're supposed to be living there at home with them. That's their real home in Donna's mind. Dad said he'd look up any papers tonight or over the weekend you may need. He even has the info on what Danny had in his IRA and 401k prior to marriage. Love you, mom. Yes, highly emotional is correct. Okay, so let's do a Wendi themed swoop while we go on to the next email. Get us our swoop.
I have that start.
And for anyone who couldn't place that, that's from Wendi's interrogation. Let's watch it again because it's really fucking funny. Where'd it go?
I have that start.
For anyone who missed it, that is from Glenn, now our famous troll, and who says he's writing a book about Wendi. So, yeah, everyone be on the lookout for that as a New York Times #1 hit bestseller. Our guess is that it's going to be called, it'll be one word, Wrong, by Glenn. Okay, so now we are on to 6/25, so June 25th, 2013. So this is a little over a month later. Please read. Very important, you guys. Oh boy. Right there in the subject line. Please read. Very important. Okay. Hi, honey. Just like it says on your necklace, never, never, never give up. Well, I would say to this that if by never giving up means you're willing to murder to get what you want, I think maybe, hopefully you guys are you guys as a family, I mean, to the Adelsons are rethinking that. It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and, oh my God, you guys, and not let Jibbers think he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee 8 hours away from the only family you have and lose out on what will be a job that will afford you and your children advantages that they will never have otherwise, or will never otherwise be able to enjoy. Let's show this F blank, 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 what will make him absolutely miserable. Here we go. This is crazy. And I think one of these emails is where we hear about the Nazi outfits for the children, okay? You know his weak point. It might be this one. You know his weak points. Money, religion, control. You have 5 weeks before your court date. I know you have a job that keeps you very busy. However, the rest of your life, and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. Well, she's not wrong about the rest of their lives being affected, but in a different way than she anticipated. Look at this. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Well, really, that was probably her interrogation. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. This is so horrifying, isn't it, guys? Like, knowing now, like the extent of which, right, they would go to. Like, no cap, right? No cap. The limit does not exist. You have a very strong family behind you. Just remember that. Dad and I have done everything we could to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. We believe that you will be able to make this happen if you can put these actions before everything else the next month. And you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this. We believe that Jibbers will be saying, stop this. And you'll be telling him, you wanted me in Tallahassee. My children are going to fit in this Bible Belt. Yup, here we go. They're going to church every time I have them. I'm having them. Okay, so now she's Wendi again, right? But at least this time she's put it in quotes. So like Frank's was mentioning, this makes more sense, right? You'll be telling, okay, yeah, this makes more sense. Okay, this makes more sense. So she's telling Wendi literally exactly what to say, which, I mean, is not equally just as bad, but in a different way, right? It's less schizophrenic and more controlling. You'll be telling him, quote, you wanted me in Tallahassee. My children are going to fit in this Bible Belt. They're going to church every time I have them. I'm having them privately tutored at home to get them all caught up for Sunday school classes that I've registered them in for the fall. The class time coincides with the service I'll be attending. Oh, okay. Now we should have put end quotes here. Tell him that you've got a new outlook on life and new hope, and you'd like to go to heaven in scare quotes. Perhaps he would like to join you and the boys at church. God damn it. Okie dokie. Plan of action, y'all. And this is all in bold, take a photo of the boys nicely dressed, standing at the front door by the sign of a Tallahassee church. Then change your Facebook status photo to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with "New beginnings in Tallahassee" might be nice. Within minutes, Jibbers should either see this or will be getting calls from his friends / acquaintances about this. How happy do you think he will be? 2, make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor, teenage Catholic church member. Why a teenager? Which is really funny because in the first email, she was complaining about teenagers watching the kids at the synagogue or whatever, which is normal, right? Like, anyway, whatever. But now she wants a teenage Catholic church member who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. Young men? You mean toddlers? Anyway, if you don't have time to arrange for this to happen, I will happily do it for you. She or he will serve as a good babysitter assistant for you while you're preparing dinner, etc. Smiley face emoji. 3, let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, and you'll certainly invite him to the event. Let him know that the Catholic Church is a big part of your life now, and the boys and you'd like him to be a part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved with you in church and related activities and ceremonies. Let him get used to it. I've already checked this out, and a baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. We can send out evites to Jibbers, his parents, sister, and anyone else you want to invite. This is so insane. 4, I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it, even if the boys end up only going the few days that they're in Tallahassee on the days you have them prior to the hearing. 5, register them for toddler class. Right, again, they're toddlers. Register them for toddler classes at church. I looked into this, and even if they don't go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you can't tell anyone this is an act. Somehow it will get back to Jibbers. Can't have that. Okay. In all caps, take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. Wendi, you've been through a very difficult year. You've had to make a huge decision. You did that. It was the right decision. Now you have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off so he realizes that he could lose control over the kids. We plan to make a financial offer. So this is the offer, right? The financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan, and we'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'd be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna in Boca. Or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school. You have a little over 3 weeks till mediation. Let's get this going now. I know, and the other thing about these emails, I'll just say, is what you can see besides many things, right? But in terms of how this could speak to, and I'm sure these will come up in Donna's trial, right? How this can speak to, like, okay, for anyone who would think, well, murdering is crazy in the first off, right? Like, yeah. But when it's like, okay, like the whole family, right? Like, if you we talk a lot about the similarities between this and the Shanna Gardner case. There's a lot of similarities, but one difference, right? I would say, at least from what we know so far with the facts of that case, is the involvement of the whole family and then all these extra people, right? Like, the joke I always make is like the Shanna Gardner case and this, it's like there's just fewer people. Again, that's where they're at right now, right? Like, it's just the 3 people that have been indicted. So here there's just more people, right? But the involvement of the other family members, right? So it makes sense if there's an alleged crime, right, that you've hired a hitman, you're going to have the people who want that to happen, and then whoever they hire. So the difference here, right, is like, okay, so like the whole family, right? Well, maybe Harvey less so than others, right? But my point is that, like, it's like, well, normal people would think, well, why would the brother be involved, right? Well, when you look at these emails, you can see how, like, that it explains a lot, right? That Donna the control, just the control and the inserting herself into these issues that don't concern her. Like literally just completely inserting herself in Wendy's life, in Dan's life, in the kid's life, and wanting to control the entire thing. And it establishes, I guess you could say, a pattern in terms of the family dynamic and psychology, right? And like even as Jeff Lacasse said in his interview, you know, the enmeshment, right? The really unhealthy and dysfunctional dynamic here. I mean, and the other thing, right? The offering the money to move is just insane. Like, it's like wanting to buy the kids, right? That's essentially what it, like, that's what it sounds like to me. It's like no different than slavery in a way, right? Like the selling of human beings, right? Trafficking or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, that's essentially what it comes down to. Like, oh, how much money can we offer you for your children? Like, it's insane. Okay. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try to come down to your family. Between living down here and having a job that will give your children the lifestyle they deserve, your life now and for sure in the future will be significantly better. Gary told us that he is not going to hire anyone until after your court hearing and after we try to make a financial offer to Gibbers. Don't know who Gary is. We don't want Danny to continue his religious influence over these children any more than what he's already done. If he keeps this up and they won't want to eat in your if he keeps this up, she says and, but that's probably a typo. If he keeps this up, they won't want to eat your non-kosher home. And if they see you don't want to attend their shul functions, you'll be the outsider. As they get older and more involved under Gibbers' religious influence, they will be able to request which parent they want to live with. Don't allow Gibbers to have this power and control over them. Then in reality, he's going to have the same control over you. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office income. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. So one thing that's interesting, right? Because as far as Charlie's involvement, right? I mean, I think it's really clear that he's a mama's boy. And, you know, as I've said a million times, he really didn't have anything to gain from this apart from like doing a favor for his mom or whatever, right? From my perspective, right? But now this is according to Donna, right? According to Donna, like, again, now Donna would have every reason to exaggerate this because we saw this in the first email about how the financial sacrifices, like all of this is not necessary, right? Like, in other words, normal people would get a babysitter, right? But Donna wants to really exaggerate. Harvey had to take a plane to get there. And, you know, he had to leave the practice and I had to leave the practice and we had to give it to Charlie and, you know, so that we could be available and to be in Tallahassee and, you know, and then Charlie now is being affected and the patients are being affected and all this stuff. It's like, what she's saying is like all that has to happen just so the kids can be watched when Dan is busy. Like none of that, like that is not none of that is true. Like that doesn't have to happen. There's other options, right? You don't have to do all of those things, but you're choosing to. So she's exaggerating all this to make it seem like it's just, you know, this whole thing of like how hard this is on them and how many sacrifices when it's all based on this false premise that that's the only possible solution when it's not. But anyway, but so with that being said, right? So she's wanting to really exaggerate just the sacrifices and whatever, right? So take that with a grain of salt from this part, right? But to that end, Donna in this email, though, is in a way showing where Charlie could have a potential motive. So that even if she's exaggerating this, or even if this isn't accurate, right, or whatever, regardless of that, it's in writing and this could be used as like, you know, and I don't remember if this was used or not, to be honest, in his trial, but potentially, right? That, in other words, because because they need people to watch the boys, right? Because of this, and because it can only be Donna and Harvey, I guess, right? That Harvey had to then sell the practice to Charlie, but because the patients think that, you know, they're not getting the same quality of care or whatever, Charlie's losing patients from the dental practice, and so Charlie's not making enough money are taking a loss and he has to pay back the dad for the business, like all this, right? All based on someone to watch the kids, right? It's crazy. So, but if you go with that premise as Donna's laying it out, then you could say, well, then Charlie, like by all those different leaps that you have to take, Charlie is therefore directly affected by this situation and could benefit. Like, in other words, Charlie would, in Donna's explanation here, Charlie would benefit from Dan being gone, essentially, in the sense that then Wendi could move to Miami or whatever, you know, and then it still wouldn't solve the problem, right? Because then when Wendy's working, there still need to be people to watch the boys. Yeah, that still wouldn't solve the problem. Huh. So the reason I was thinking about this is because of this sentence. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you. Like, the loss in the business income. Okay, there's only two options here. Either it's speaking to the fact that patients, as referenced in the first email, patients are leaving because, you know, they don't think the office is being run properly or whatever, right? Or the other option here is this is really kind of saying, referencing that they intend to take money from the business to bribe for Dan Markel to offer to buy the kids from him. That's got to be what that is. Because I do remember Charlie had agreed to pay a certain amount for that, right? Like when they were going to do the offer to buy the kids, Charlie had agreed to pay a certain amount, right? Interesting. So that's got to be what it is. And so but of course, this is where it gets into other things that are illegal, right? To take that money from the business, right? Business income to pay for that. That's what she's saying. And that's, wow. Okay. Taking money from the business to pay for this bribe. That's what she's got to be referencing here. Okay. So it's time for you to show us. So she's like, here's all the sacrifice everybody's making. Now it's your turn. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. And really, what's so funny is you could take the same sentence and apply this to the homicide, right? In other words, because they did everything they could to keep her distance from that, right? That was the whole point of the quote unquote alibi, right? And they made all these sacrifices and they're the ones who are risking everything and they, you know, blah, blah, right? So that she doesn't look directly involved. And then you could see the same thing applying to now when she has her interrogation, right? Now it's her turn. And what's so funny is, like I mentioned this before, where she fucked it up because, you know, by choosing an alibi that connects directly to Charlie with the TV thing and then showing up at the crime scene. You know, anyway. Okay. Please call us after you read this. We're waiting to talk to you. If you have any other ideas to make a last chance for relocation happen, please let us know. We send this letter with our love and only the best intentions. Mom and Dad. Sent from my iPad. I totally agree. What Franks says, I kind of think Wendi must be mucked up having such an over. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. 100%. Yeah. I mean, there's without a doubt. And, you know, it's funny because Robert Adelson, right, the estranged older brother, who apparently might be testifying at Donna's trial, it's clear that he saw the light and got the fuck out of the family, right? Good for him. And I mentioned this on one of the live streams, how this reminds me in a way of like Munchausen's syndrome by proxy, or like factitious disorder imposed on another. Like, you know how people will do that where it's like the psychology behind it is like they really just want to have control, or like they don't want the child or whoever it is, right? Like let's take the example of like parents with children, right? They don't want the child, and let's say it's an adult kid, right? They want them to think that they're sick so that they never leave home and they stay dependent on the mom or the dad or whatever the case is, right? That's the whole point, is you want them to be reliant on you for everything. So you set it up to where they can never think they can leave. This is very similar in my interpretation of like But instead of using like illness, it's like Donna's using murder and all that, right? Like, again, speaking to the fact that she really thinks that they should have never, well, it seems like she's okay with Charlie leaving home, but it's interesting because Charlie never got married, right? And, very much a mama's boy. That's very clear. But with Wendi, like, it's obvious, like Donna expects Wendi and her children, Wendi's kids, to live in the parents' home, right? And, marriage, I honestly think that let's just say that in an alternate reality, Wendi married, and Dan or anybody, it doesn't even matter. Like, let's say Wendi got married and had kids, but never moved away. So she stayed in Miami or whatever, but had like normal people, a home with the husband and the kids, right? I still think Donna would have been a problem, because it seems like Donna's end goal is to have Wendi and the kids living at home where they're dependent upon her and she can maintain control. Like, that's clear. And that the whole thing about the distance to Tallahassee was a bigger hurdle for her to make that happen. And B, how she's basing the premise or the grounds for these filings regarding, the relocation and all that as it pertains to the custody, right? Wow. I think that, and Charlie too, right? Like I commented when we went through those jail calls, it's clear that Charlie was so trusting in his mom and his sister. And there's those little key moments that I pointed out where you can tell it's kind of dawning on him, right? Like, wait, what? Like, what if they kind of threw me under the bus, right? So you can tell that, like, there's this whole dynamic that Donna has with Charlie where it's like Charlie's going to kind of do, like, he's so trusting, right? And maybe naive in a way, at least as it pertains to his family, and will kind of do what his mom asks, and, she can kind of talk him into doing stuff, it seems like, right? But then you've got Wendi where it seems like Donna can't talk Wendi into doing things. So it's more like it takes a lot more force in a way. They all say that if you've got kids in a family, right? Sometimes there's like the sibling that wants to be the like, what do you call it? Like the people pleaser, if you will, right? The good sibling. There's like studies that have been done on that stuff, and I can't remember exactly. They have names for the different types of siblings, but if you imagine the sibling that will just do what his parents ask, like, that's Charlie, in my view. Then you've got Robert, who said, fuck this shit. And then you've got Wendi, who I guess in a way is somewhere in between, in the sense that, like, has distanced herself at this juncture by living in Austin. And after the homicide, we'll hear about it on the jail calls, right? Donna keeps wanting to suck Wendi back in, and Wendi's like, I can't talk about the case. It's just very, it's very interesting. And in a way, if you imagine, right, it's setting boundaries, right? Like the way, okay, here's what I think it comes down to, right? Like, it's healthy to set boundaries, right? That's a normal thing. And it seems like if you try to set boundaries with Donna, she will punish you. And so what maybe happened, let's just say, maybe Robert tried to set boundaries, didn't work. And he saw what was happening. Like, he's the only way to set the boundary, it was to literally be estranged. Like, that's it with her, right? And we are literally seeing the proof of that, right? Like, you can't really be truly free of Donna unless you do like pull a Robert Adelson, right? Okay, so that's one way. Then you can be like Charlie and maybe not set any boundaries, right? And then you get to be his mother's favorite, okay? Right? And then, or you can be like a Wendi, where she's like trying to set boundaries, right? And it's pissing Donna off. And Donna gets mad, and Donna, right, this and that. The guilt tripping. It's so interesting. All those jail calls, we never hear Donna guilt trip Charlie once, but she guilt trips Wendi constantly. And she's even doing it in these emails, right? So you can see, if you imagine a dictator, right? It's like you try to say no to the dictator. What are they going to do, right? So there's different ways you could say no. Let's put it this way. If you imagine a dictator, and it's like you could try to kind of maybe politely suggest something where you're saying no, right? But not directly say it, what would happen? Or you could go along with whatever they want. What would happen in that case? Or you could directly say no. And what would happen in that case? That's kind of, and we got the 3 kids here. So I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, the attention. Yeah. No, I totally agree. I guess in my mind, I wasn't, when I think about Munchausen's, I think more about the control and less about the attention. And I'm saying that because I have personal experience with a situation much like this one, where it's kind of there's a lot of similarities, and in that situation, it's entirely about control, and there's no attention involved. Like I guess when you think of attention, you think of like Gypsy Rose, right, or whatever. But that one is maybe the less common. I don't know. Of course, without the attention, you wouldn't hear about him. So that's why I'm thinking, like, at least I have an actual personal experience with this of people I know, used to know, and in that case, and there's probably others like it, right, where you never hear about them because they're not getting attention. So I guess in my mind, I'm thinking I forgot that the attention could be part of it. So that's definitely true. But I do think I think the control is got to be the first and foremost. Like, in other words, you could have Munchausen syndrome or affective disorder imposed upon it. You could have that where it's just control based, right? And I've seen this where there's no like getting media attention or financial gain, right? Where it's just control. But you could also have it where you also have a secondary thing of like the attention and the money, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I view it. So, okay. So now on to the next email. So this is from 2 days later. So June 27th, 2013. Oh, wait, we need to do a swoop.
I have that skirt.
She has that skirt. That's her talking to the victim advocate person, if that's indeed what she is. So there's questions. Okay. It makes you wonder if Wendy's not reading the emails. And here's why I say that. So the first one, the subject line is info regarding his memorandum of law email. The second one is please read, very important. So the first one, we get the content or whatever she's trying to, like, this is what Donna's saying, right? She's going to discuss. But now, instead of the content of what you can expect, which is what's usually in the subject, right? She's imploring Wendi. She's compelling Wendi. Please read, very important. It makes you wonder, did Wendi not respond to this, right? And so far, we haven't seen any responses. Then we get to the third one 2 days later. 2 days after this one, we get, Wendi, please read this. Right? That's what I'm saying. It makes you wonder, is Wendi not responding? Or responding in a way that Donna is expecting, right? She's not getting these emails, it looks like, are not eliciting from Wendi the response that Donna was expecting or hoping for. That's that whole thing of like the middle ground, right? She's not pulling a Robert, but she's not pulling a Charlie, right? And because it's not eliciting the response Donna wants, Donna's going to continue with this more forcefully. Okay. So it looks like she also forwarded this to Harvey, or maybe that's their other email. Wait, let me see. What was the first? Or no, I guess they just share an email address. Okay, Donna and Harvey. Okay. Oh, so she sent it to Wendi and then forwarded it to herself so she would have a copy. Okay, that's why. Okay, again, so here we go, right? Like I said, is Wendi not responding? Is Wendi not, is this not, remember, like I said, is this not generating the response that Donna wants? Dear Wendi, says neither one of us feels up to talking. So it would seem like she was expecting a phone call from Wendi and Wendi didn't call her. There it is. Hi, Flash. Happy you're here. Yep. But what's funny, of course, is Donna. We know Donna feels like talking because Donna is talking through email, right? That's the point. Donna is like, I want to talk to you on the phone. And since you're not talking to me, I'm going to keep emailing you, right? And Wendi apparently is not emailing her back or calling her, not getting the response that Donna wants. And so what's so funny is here, Donna's like, neither one of us feels up to talking, but that's why you're emailing her. And this is 9 pages. This is the longest one yet. So Donna doesn't feel up to talking, but yet she's talking via email, right? So in other words, she's trying to make it seem like they both don't want to talk, but it's clear that only Wendi doesn't want to talk to her. Like that's why this email exists. Okay. And by the way, I'm trying to read this in like a Donna, like dramatic voice type thing. Best I can anyway. That's a good point. Wendy's not smart, right? But again, it looks like a phone call is what Donna was expecting anyway. Donna ain't getting a phone call. Since neither one of us feels up to talking, let me share with you what we're all feeling as far as your response. And again, too, like if they were talking on the phone, like this, they could be having conversations over the phone. But if that was happening and they like about this matter, right, then these emails wouldn't be necessary from Donna, right? Let me share with you what we're all feeling as far as your response. So now Donna's speaking for everybody. Does this include all the voices in her head as well as the family? Okay. Oh boy. All right. When I wrote to you this morning, we felt, hold on, I can do better. When I wrote to you this morning, we felt that you had reasonable thoughts as to what the judge might do or say or think regarding the charade we had hoped you would participate in. However, the more we think about that, we begin to realize that you and we have no idea what this judge will do or say or think. Who would have thought that after paying an attorney $600 per hour for 10 months, she would take an hour and a half of testimony, not even bother calling gibbers to the stand, and decide that family support for very young children evidently means nothing. And a job that pays 10 times what your unsecured, untenured, and dependent upon state budget cuts job pays in Tallahassee will be just fine for your children. Does she care that after your... Okay, so what has happened here is that apparently the judge did not rule in Donna's favor. Oh, sorry, I mean Wendy's favor. Did not rule in Wendy's favor, and Donna's pissed. Saying, did the judge not think that their issues here were valid or whatever, right? Like by does she care? She's referencing the judge. Does she care that after expenses, you'll have nothing, next to nothing, you'll save next to nothing at the end of a year? Does she care that very little, if anything, will be put away for the children for their current and future education? Does she care that extracurricular activities, sports, trips, eating out in restaurants will always be a financial challenge for you to provide for the boys? Well, you don't have to eat out at restaurants. Anyway, clearly, she did not take into consideration the future earning potential and benefit for your children. She didn't care that there's no backup support system when one of your preschoolers is sick. All she cared about was if the father hasn't been pulling out their toenails, you should give up any financial betterment for you and your children and raise them in a place that you agreed to go to because Gibbers only had FSU as a job offer. Of course, as a graduate of FSU Law School and a native of Tallahassee, she sees nothing wrong with living there. Obviously, as a native of South Florida, you know better. Holy fuck. She's saying the judge was biased because the judge went to FSU and is a native of Tallahassee, and that's why the judge ruled the way she did. Mother of God. Our point is, it's obvious that you and Kristen haven't figured out the judge so far. So, okay. So now Donna is taking this out, her anger out on Wendi, and Kristen, I guess, is the attorney, Wendy's attorney. She's taking this out on them. This is their fault. Because if the judge really if they really have figured out the judge, like what Donna is saying is like, it's so obvious that the judge should have ruled in their favor that since the judge didn't rule in their favor, clearly the people that fucked up were Wendi and Kristen. Okay, that's what she's saying. So now you see where she's going with this. Where she's going with this is clearly you need more advice from me. That's where she's going with this. You need more advice from me because you didn't get the result that I wanted. I being Donna. You were both shocked at the rapid decision based on nothing that was presented. So how do you think at this point you can figure out what the judge will say regarding your decision to introduce Christianity into the boys' lives? People go to prison. Do they? Donna? Look at that. Wow. It's as if, hold on. It's as if Donna had a squirrely crystal ball there, isn't it, guys? Wow. There's so much foreshadowing, though, in these emails and in the jail calls. It's insane. Well, people go to prison and change their religion all the time. People go through difficult times and find Jesus. Jesus was Jewish. He had okay. Jesus was Jewish. He had positive teachings. He gives people hope. Do you think Donna's going to find Jesus in prison? Guys, what do you think? We know Charlie's going to yoga, or he was anyway. He has night classes, yoga classes at night, he says, which he seems to enjoy based on the jail calls. He spoke of those fondly, going to yoga. Like he enjoyed it. Sounded like he had friends and stuff doing that. What's Donna doing? Is she going to find Jesus? He gives people hope. And best of all, you get to go to heaven in the end. Sounds good to me. Well, based on her own words here, right? If she's following her own advice, she should be finding Jesus, shouldn't she? Obviously, it will sound good to Judge Hobbs. She goes to church. There are multiple donations from her church and pastors and ministers on her financial contributions website. She's a Southern Black lady. How do you know it won't be music to her ears to hear this? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yes, I agree. She is definitely Cocoa Buffs, for sure. And now in bold and underlined, some possible options. Okay, are we getting to the Nazi outfits? Some possible options on Judge Hobbs' decision regarding Jewish holidays with the boys. As far as losing the children on the Jewish holidays, there are a couple of alternatives to this. First of all, it may happen, but unlikely. He is entitled to half the holidays alternating those holidays each year with you. You may be interested in the teachings of Jesus, because Jibbers has certainly ruined Judaism for you in the extreme way he practices it. However, if the judge questions how much of the Jewish holidays you can have, you explain that your parents and your brother are Jewish and they will be coming to Tallahassee to spend those holidays, or the half that you are entitled to, or perhaps even the 60% that you are entitled to with the boys. Secondly, so what if by some crazy stance the judge says, okay, Jibbers can have all the Jewish holidays. Then, if our bribe doesn't work, you can tell him during the year that you'll take the kids out of Sunday school at church and cancel their upcoming baptism if he shares those dates with you. It's just not how this works. If not, keep them there. Third, since there is a separation of church and state, she'll just go by whatever schedule you are given and tell you to work out any holiday arrangements between yourselves. Who declares which are legitimate holidays and which aren't? Shmini Azaret? I don't know what that is. I guess that's a rabbi? I don't know. Obviously, the court isn't out to help you isn't out to help you. It's clear since Judge Hobbs' last ruling that she could care less about anything you had to say in your behalf. You need to help yourself, Wendi. Wendi, most of the wars, oh my God, sorry. Okay, Donna's going to teach us about history. You guys ready? Wendi, most of the wars that have been fought for the last couple of thousands of years have been over religion. Charlie brought up a good point. Again, the favorite son, right? Wendy's in the doghouse, seems like most of the time, right? Charlie's the good child. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to read this again. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. Okay. So I don't know that Charlie is a history scholar. Okay. I don't know that Charlie is the resource you would go to for history. However, I think the point that Charlie was making when he said this to Donna, okay, is the same as anything else. Like take an undercover FBI agent, okay? Take a spy, take whatever, right? Where it's like you need to get information, so you have to wear a costume, right? Or an outfit so that you can go into a thing and get information, right? Like, you know, this happens, this has happened all throughout history. It happens in movies. We all know, like that's a common sense thing, right? So, well, this doesn't even need to be, you know, related to World War II or Nazis. Like this is not, in other words, that concept is not specific to World War II and Nazis the way Donna seems to think it is. That is a normal thing that happens every day. Again, a great example, FBI undercover agents, right? What do? I mean, this is just common sense. So it seems like my interpretation here is like Donna, like I don't know that Charlie made the suggestion about dressing the kids up. Because what Donna is saying here is simply that Charlie mentioned this thing here about people wearing costumes or uniforms rather, right? To get information from the opposing side. Okay, that's what Charlie said, according to Donna. He could have just been commenting on whatever. But again, that's a normal thing, right? But now Donna is interpreting that or taking that. It's almost like she wants to make it seem like it was Charlie's idea. Anyway, Donna's taking that thing to the next level to be the idea of wearing a uniform to get information from the other side is A, specific to World War II, B, specific to Nazis, and C, must mean that the children have to be dressed up in this family. That's what's happening. You see all the different leaps that are happening there. Okay. So that's how Donna gets to where she is, I guess. Well, that's how she's trying to explain it or rationalize it. Okay. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. So in Donna's mind, this is Donna's World War II, and they're on the front lines. That's how important this is, guys. Donna's like, this is life or death. This is World War III, the Adelson family versus the Markells, right? Like that's what this is. This is what's happening here. Okay. Okay. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance, and it would show Jibbers that he's not in control. If your children are baptized, it doesn't make them Christian. Ben and Lincoln aren't really pirates because they dress up like Jake the pirate. It's an act. So, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I do think that there's some racism for sure. Yeah, definitely some racism undertones and racist undertones in these emails. I mean, it's clear that Donna thinks that their family is superior and should always have their way, right? So it's like in other words, it's not even about like, okay, race, gender, like any different thing, right? I think that you can take all that aside. It's essentially my interpretation of the way Donna views their family is if you're not their immediate family, right? You are lesser than. Doesn't matter anything else. Like if you're not an Adelson, you're an other. Like, you know, like other in quotes, like othering. I think in Donna's mind, if you're not an Adelson, you're in that category of other, right? In a bad way. That's kind of how my take on her. And that would also explain, right, the need, the wanting to have such control over the family and not have them married to other people, right? Again, the fact that Charlie never got married, you know, is interesting. We know that the one sibling that did get married and stay married is the one that cut ties. Think of it that way, right? Robert. From what we know, you know, part of the whole thing. Well, remember, part of what they said, or what I've heard from people, probably from people on STS, that the falling out had to do something about his marriage, right? It doesn't surprise me because it's really clear, right? Like that seems to be like Donna perceives that as a threat, right? So Robert gets married and wants to stay married, cuts ties, right? Charlie never gets married, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Again, the good son, doing what his mom wanted. And then you have Wendi, who gets married and then ends up with her husband being assassinated and has not remarried. It seems like dating is okay for Donna, but maybe marriage isn't. And the family that I referenced earlier in the stream that I know that has issues that are the same are like that, by the way. So that is a real thing. And I don't know what it is about marriage that can be perceived as a threat. I don't understand that part, but that is a thing. And it looks like that's a thing here, just given even just, again, like what I just described. And it's so funny too. It's right. Like it's like another, think about it this way too, right? Donna doesn't have any problem with having kids, like, because Charlie has a son, Wendi has kids. Like, that's not the problem. So you can, because there's some families who would have a problem with getting or having kids outside of marriage. There's some families that would have a problem with that, right? That you should be married if you're going to have kids or whatever. Like you shouldn't, there's people that have those ideas, right? But it's like the opposite for Donna, where if you have kids outside of marriage or sex outside of marriage or whatever, seems to be fine, right? She doesn't have a problem with that. But with the marriage, it seems to be one of the many problems. Okay. And I guess really when you think about it, it would make sense when you think because if somebody gets married, right, that really does change the status of her ability to have control, right? Because now they have a partner in life. They have a spouse. Anyway, okay. So, all right. You got into this mess with Gibbers by being so compliant and non-confrontational with him. If you just keep paying your attorney her $600 per hour and don't fight for what you want, you're no better off than if you stayed married to him. Sure, you got rid of being interesting, right? Because I was just talking about Dawn having issues with marriage. Anyway, sure, you got rid of being sorry, guys, if we got the spinning wheel. I'm here. Hopefully StreamYard's okay. I saw the spinning wheel. Is it back? It should be back. Okay, so I'll just reread the part I was reading here. So, but he'll still be in control of everything, including what he wanted. Sole control of the boys' religious lives. Why let him? Why not stand up to this fucker? So, I was referencing the part in Charlie's testimony from his trial when he's under cross-examination from Georgia and the part where he laughs, right? And we referenced, this came up in one of the jail calls too. And she was like, you think it's funny or whatever? And he said, and this was very genuine from him. He was like, I laughed because you said fucker, it is funny, right? So this is the part when, in other words, the reason that happened. So Georgia was reading this, okay, part of the email, and you can see why, because standing up to him, right? You can see how this could be like, okay, right? So Georgia was asking him something about this. Why not stand up to this fucker? And then he laughed because she said fucker. Anyway. Oh, why not fight? We're not talking about a lifetime of this. You have the boys a very limited number of days before the mediation takes place. This is all part of an act. If speaking of Glenn, right? Glenn clearly doesn't know about these emails, right? Because Glenn, to me, I didn't need, these emails came out long after Wendy's interrogation. These emails came out, I don't remember exactly, it was some number of months ago, right? Around the same time as the jail calls, I think. But maybe a little bit before. But anyway, in other words, for me, when I saw, as you guys know, Wendy's interrogation, I knew it was an act. Like, it was not even a good act. I mean, that was obvious to me. But for anyone, and by anyone, I mean Glenn, or, there might be a few other people in that category. I don't know. Is there anyone besides Glenn who thought Wendy's interrogation was completely honest and genuine? Anyway, anyone in that category that thinks that she's not acting, or she's not being disingenuous, or she's not lying, or she's not being manipulative, or whatever, she's just crying and she's a victim, all believes her bullshit, right? I mean, I would hope that reading these emails would make them rethink it, because the number of times Donna has implored her to put on. But not only that, Donna has already said, it was in the second email, has already said, I've seen you do it. I've seen you put on the act. I've seen you get what you want from putting on an act. So like, and then there's that one line where she says, like, this is the act, this will be the performance of a lifetime, right? I mean, hello. And again, like I said, whatever that was in reference to the mediation, but the performance of her lifetime was that interrogation, literally, right? Because that was where she would have been considered a suspect. So yeah. That's a good point. Candace answers my question here by saying Wendy's friend that came to the interrogation probably thought she was being genuine. Yeah, you're probably right about that, Candace. Yeah, that's a good point. So I guess I should have said people that are not under Wendy's power or spell. People who are watching and aren't friends with Wendi. But good point. Yes, and I would imagine that she has to be, right. The only way that you would be in that position would be if you believe Wendi, and when, like, again, like, I loved how astute, like Jeff kept putting it, like how, like, out of Wendy's spell, he kept referencing, right? So these other people that are still under Wendy's spell, right? They can't see reality for what it is. I mean, and I guess you could put Glenn in that category. So I guess her powers extend to beyond even in her personal, like, actual life, but even to strangers through the computer or the TV or whatever. So it looks like Wendi, I guess, again, remember, like I said, setting a boundary, Donna punishes you, right? Check it out. Like I said before, if you set a boundary, Donna punishes you. If you say no, Donna punishes you. It is clear now, because I just looked at this the next sentence here. Please rethink this. It's clear that Wendi tried to set a boundary and say, I don't want to dress my kids up in Hitler Youth outfits. That's what it looks like here, that Wendi tried to set a boundary, a reasonable boundary by any normal person, and said no to Donna. And Donna saying, please rethink this. We're all willing to help you to accomplish this. And that's all it is, Wendi, an act. An act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. It will infuriate him. It won't infuriate a judge that you found Jesus. She can't comment on your religious views. All caps, underlined and bold. Why not italics also, Donna? You need to see the big picture. You need to look into the future. What a life without your family, without only your... Okay, hold on. You need to look into the future. What a life without your only family nearby, teaching in Tallahassee with Danny always in the picture will give you. It's not a pretty picture. I mean, in a way, it's like Donna's like, I'll make sure it's not, even if you wanted it to be. We want you to see you help yourself. Not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. But Jibbers has tried to aggravate and screw you since day one of this divorce. His vicious emails, his defiance with Dr. Pam's directions on asking him not to come to the school every day when he doesn't have the boys, his not allowing you to pick the children up 1 hour earlier to drive to Atlanta, his bad mouthing you to the faculty at school you'll be working at. Everything he does is done with malicious intent. Why can't you do this for the few days that you have the boys prior to the mediation? You know him. You know which buttons to push. He certainly knows how to push your buttons. Take something from him. Right now, he's got everything just the way he wants. We need to take something from him, like his life, Donna, in order to get him to negotiate it back. This is your shit. I don't know if that's supposed to say shit or what. I don't know. The extremism that Jibbers is already teaching the boys is nothing more than brainwashing. Religion is brainwashing. It's control of the masses. It affects who your friends are, what activities you do, how you eat, how you dress, how you pray, everything. There's no doubt you will have two little Orthodox young men on your hands with the only religious influence over them being Jibbers. He's already got them thinking that people who eat shrimp are bad. Hot dogs are disgusting. Lobster is gross. Wait. Ben's not even 4 years old. Wait till he's 8. You're not teaching them anything different. You don't teach them that on Saturdays they can't go to soccer or any regular organized sports activity or even swim lessons. You let them play in the park or the house. Jibbers has an organized plan that he's been doing pretty much since they were born. Shul, shul, shul. Shul every Saturday morning that he has them. Shul for every Sunday that he has them. Shul for every holiday. Shul parties. Shul, shul, shul. Wow, guys. That will be their life. We don't want you to be the outsider who is. Remember how this is so funny, right? I was just saying, right? The othering or like the outsiders of the family. We don't want you to be the outsider. Oh my God. I didn't even read ahead. I swear to God. Like, speaking of squirrely crystal ball, outsider who doesn't want to join or doesn't join in what the rest of the family is doing. They're incredible, right? That's so funny. We don't want you to be the outsider who doesn't join in what the rest of the family is doing. Wendi, this is all about negotiating. After consulting with 2 attorneys who are both excellent negotiators, one of whom we will most likely hire for the financial offer, we are getting the same advice. You must take something from him that he wants. I guarantee you know what attorney is saying to do that. Not in the way that Donna's suggesting it anyway. When you intelligently negotiate in mediation, you pretend you want the house. Right? That's what she's saying here. Now that does make sense as what attorneys would suggest in negotiation. That's normal. This is not taking, so like Donna's conflating the two. Donna's saying you must take something from him that he wants. Okay. That's different from pretending you want the house even if you don't. Completely different things. Anyway, you pretend you want the car even if you don't. You pretend you want the ring even if you don't. You pretend you want the kids in Catholic school even if you don't. It's just the business of clever negotiation. That's different from taking what somebody else wants like this, right? It's not what you or we are familiar with, but people in Donna's like, we don't know anything about being manipulative or faking things or lying. It's not what you or we are familiar with, but people in business do it all the time. Both attorneys have said that this is how you get what you want. If you can't take anything from him, then what we do is just the financial offer. It's just not as good. And then look at it this way. What's the downside? Worst case scenario is the judge does give him the Jewish holidays. Then after a short period of time, you offer him taking the kids out of Catholic school, Sunday school, if he shares the holidays, or have a stipulation that the holidays need to be reviewed yearly. You have a smart lawyer. She knows that all kinds of stipulations and temporary arrangements can be made at a divorce. Wendi, you don't manipulate people. What? You're a sweet, kind, caring person. Gibbers is a manipulator. You just need to play a role. You guys, though. Wendi, you don't manipulate people. You just need to play a role. What you're doing is jockeying for position. In the end, if you do this and it doesn't get the results we're all hoping for, then you can't blame yourself. Now, what she really means is, I won't blame you. But you know she still will. She being Donna. You can feel good that you did everything you could. Wow. I'm not saying that we're not going to continue with hiring an attorney to negotiate and make a financial offer. The fact that she's saying that is almost like, it's like a backwards threat. It's almost like she's like, why would you even say that? Like her saying that makes it sound like, to me, she's trying to get Wendi to think maybe she's threatening to not pay for it. So like, I guess they're paying for her attorney. Okay. I think if you read between the lines here, I think what Donna is saying is like, it's almost like trying to threaten her, but saying we're not threatening you. That's what it is. She's trying to threaten her and say, if you don't do what I'm telling you to do, we won't continue to pay for this for your attorney. But Donna's trying to say, well, we're not threatening you. I'm not saying that we're not going to continue with hiring an attorney to negotiate and make a financial offer. Wow. I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. We're planning on you, Charlie, Dad, and I going as high as equal parts in a $1 million offer. That's $33,000 from each of us. And here she uses that word chits again. I don't know what that means. Does anyone watching know what that means? Obviously, the more chits on our side, the better our chances are that we won't have to go that high. You have to show us that you're doing, there it is. Speaking of the threat that's not a threat, here it is, right? She can't help herself, Donna. You have to show us that you're doing your part in this too. There it is. There it is. Guilt tripping / threat. There it is. So we're a team. We can't do this without your help. You can see all of the same language and you could take it and apply it literally to hiring a hit person, right? And doing the murders, because literally like right now they're just talking about making this offer to Dan or whatever, but you could see, like, remove that and replace it with the family getting together to like hire, make a plan and then hire people to kill. Like you could replace it, swap it. You could see that this applies. And mark my words, if and when Wendi goes to trial, she's, charged and everything, right? They're going to bring these emails up too, because these emails do two things. First of all, again, it makes obviously Donna's guilt, right? And her, the role that she played in all of this, right? But also, again, you've got this language of Donna, right? You have to show us that you're doing your part too. We're a team. So in other words, like you can just see, right? These emails implicate Donna imploring Wendi to do things more than it does Charlie. And they brought it up in Charlie's trial. Imagine what'll happen with Wendi, right? And not to mention the emails are to Wendi and not to Charlie, right? Employing Wendi to act, employing Wendi to hold up her end of the deal. We can't do this without your help. One of the possibilities in lieu of that much money, obviously we start much lower, is offering, not just taking them out of church, but negotiating a settlement which could possibly offer boys private education at the Donna Klein Hebrew School in Boca. It may include monthly airline tickets to South Florida for as long as he lives in Tallahassee. He may stop and think that if he can get a job in a city he'd prefer to live in, it would be an easy flight to see his children. He loves living in South Florida. Teaching at his current schedule and with a big chunk of money, he could live down here. And for the 26 weeks per year that he teaches, fly 2 days a week to Tally. He would have frequent and liberal visitation. You're not looking to remove him from their lives. He needs to understand that. The negotiating lawyer will work with him. With his school teaching schedule, he could see his children here a significant amount of time. His child support will be much less also. The attorney who will be doing the negotiating will also lay it out on the line for him with various payment offers would be worth to him in 15, 18 years when he may want to retire. Oh my God. The amount is huge. That payoff can put him at that point without any additional income of his own in the $4 million range. Certainly nothing he'd ever save in 10 lifetimes. Wow. If you try this, you really will not be any worse off than if you do nothing. So now this is Donna's last ditch effort grasping at straws, right? Like in case none of the other previous arguments are working to convince Wendi to dress her kids up as Hitler Youth, she's going with this. If you try this, you really will not be worse off if you do nothing. So this is the what have you got to lose argument she's making. So what's preventing you from just trying? Wow. Shout out to Iowa. Happy to see you, my friend. Oh, thank you, Candace. A chit is a sign note saying how much you owe. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I'd never heard that word before. Okay. I see what you're saying. I don't know how much of the big picture you're seeing, honey. Wow. Wow. I don't know if you can realize that not only what you can provide for your boy's life, but for your own life all depends on this change. Aside from living in a far better city with family, a personal history there, and you'll also have greater opportunity to meet people for your future. I'm sure there are many lovely women who are teachers, divorced with 2 children. So it's really funny because initially I was like, is she suggesting a husband? Because we know Donna doesn't want her kids to get married. Nope, she's not. She's suggesting friends, right? Meet people for your future. I'm sure there are many lovely women who are teachers, divorced with 2 children. Oh, no, she does mention it. Hold on. You can be a highly successful, highly compensated attorney who is independent and not in need of someone. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah. Right. Not in need of someone to marry. There it is. Remember this. There you go, guys. She's saying you can make female friends. And like, in other words, the way Donna's putting this is the only reason you would get married, right? Is if you need their money. That's what Donna is saying. Not because of love or companionship or whatever, right? It's like in need of someone. There it is, right? It's like trying to brainwash Wendi into like, okay. Like this statement here is based on the premise that this is the only reason one would get married, right? So like in case Wendi doesn't already think that, Donna's trying to make sure it's clear. You can be a highly successful, highly compensated attorney who's independent and not in need of someone to marry you to help support your 2 children. Wow. You can have someone cleaning your home, a nanny to help with your children, a lifestyle in which it's like Donna's like, all you need is me. That's what you just need your mom. A lifestyle in which you and your boys can travel. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to really turn your life around, make a positive difference in the lives of your children. Your expenses with the boys now are minimal. Wait until you see how expensive everything is in the future for them. We don't want you, and I wouldn't imagine you'll want to live paycheck to paycheck. Teenagers eat more than the yogurt these boys eat now. Like, do you think Wendi needs to be told that, Donna? Like, what the fuck? Offensive, honestly. Everyone has a price. Well, clearly no, because he turned this offer down. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about, and again, this too shows also, right? Donna's understanding as to people's, like we talked about before, right? Not diagnosing anybody, but like with sociopathic tendencies or whatever, right? Or even psychopathic, like where you can't relate to people having, when you can't relate to human emotions, or you like in a way that is like you can't empathize or genuinely connect with people. And in other words, the only way that you understand how the reason other people exist on the planet besides yourself is like, what can you use them for, right? They're disposable. What can you get out of them? And we saw a lot of that too in the jail phone calls with how Donna responded to Charlie getting genuinely emotional. It was really insane. And even this, because a normal person might think that some people could be bought for a price, or some people would take money over other things, right? But not everybody, right? Like the fact that Donna thinks this, okay, my point is this. The fact that Donna thinks this is not a reflection on other people thinking that. It's a reflection on her, in my opinion, because that's her psychology. Like the fact that she actually thinks that shows a lot to me, because it's completely false, right? But she thinks that. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, that it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it! Exclamation point. You deserve so much more than a life without family teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Wow. Please, Wendi, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance at being accepted. Don't let his temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. We all want the same thing, a better emotional and financial life for you and the boys all the way around. You know, Grandma was one tough and very smart lady. I think about her all the time. And I think about what advice this very intelligent woman, a wonderful reader of people who loved you more than words could ever express, would say to you. She'd tell you to fight with every bone in your body. Fight for yourself, your boys, and for the best possible life you can have. You know that's true. Fight for yourself, Wendi. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do now is move forward with a sense of peace. That's giving up. Wow. I don't believe that's really what you want to do after all we've been through together. And when you've been and when you're literally a few weeks from this being over. Written with hope and love, Mom and Dad. I am speechless. Yep. Are you having computer issues, Flash? Donna, the life coach. Yeah, I know, right? Candace is also right. If you can get it done now, Flash, you won't. Yep, very true. Very true. Written with hope and love. Yeah, a lot of love comes through these emails, doesn't it, guys? Wow. 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 Scary stuff. Very scary stuff. Okay, this is the last one of the batch of emails here, guys. And this is a shorter one. So now we actually have, again, a subject line that is relevant. Now this is, but having said that, this is a lot later. So that previous email we just finished was from June 27th of 2013. Now we're on to February 18th, 2014. So like, I don't know, not a year, like what, 8 months later, something like that. Long, quite a while later. Subject line, info for your lawyer when it comes to depo on Danny. Honey, okay. Elvis. Who the fuck's Elvis? Is that one of her attorney's names? All right. Wait, no, it can't be because, okay, anyway. Okay, your attorney must depo Elvis to see if any of the retirement accounts that Elvis has ever had a check written from them during the course of your marriage, if any of them were funded through any joint assets, your mutual Schwab account, or in any way passed through joint financial accounts, then you are entitled to a portion of those accounts, even if nothing was ever done improperly on those accounts. And he has some very large retirement accounts. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you and make him do the research and show statements from every month from the date of your marriage to the date of the filing of the divorce. You need to see whatever he deposited into those accounts where the money came from. It's very possible some of it came from your joint Schwab account and then he's up Schitt's Creek. Why shouldn't he have to do this? It's what I mentioned to Kristen in court yesterday, and she nodded her head. Now she needs to do something about it. Can you imagine the poor attorney, Wendy's attorney, who's like got Donna constantly trying to tell her what to do in her ear in court? God. It just seems ridiculous for him to be able to depo you, but for you and Kristen not to give him the same crap he's pulling on you. It's time to give it to him. Sorry, I should read that. It's time to give it to him. There we go. Also, what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Oh my God. Not everybody's you, Donna. Candace, I guarantee you somebody said that. And it's clear because Wendi does distance herself, right? Like, again, we hear it in the jail phone calls. Wendy's like, nope, not talking to you, not talking to you. Now, of course, that would be a different attorney, and it would be more like because you don't want to be charged criminally. Anyway, but I could see that happening here as well, even though this was over the divorce or the custody stuff. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The thing is that Wendy's friends maybe wouldn't give her that advice because, I don't know, they maybe haven't met Donna or whatever. But the people, in other words, the people apart from the immediate family who would have a lot of contact, maybe unwanted contact from Donna, would be the attorney. So you're absolutely right, Candace. And they, for sure, they would be like, because I mean, constantly Donna's trying to give her legal advice for starters, right? That alone, right? Even if she didn't have all the other issues, right? The legal advice alone, right? Don't listen to it. So, but that's just the start of that's just the tip of the iceberg, the Donna iceberg, right? Also, what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? It seems like you're always on the defensive, but I don't see her doing anything offensive. I was really surprised that you didn't speak with her prior to meeting in court. Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Jesus Christ. Or some sort of strategizing so you know what you're up against and what else you can do? When is there an end to the nonsensical litigation and waste of the court's time and your financial obligation to your attorney? I think it's really important to get the parenting coordinator to either testify or be brought to deposition, perhaps by your attorney, so we can get her to request that Elvis be court-ordered for psychological testing. I want to know who Elvis is. Elvis. And if he's this off, perhaps he should not be permitted to take the children out of the country. What? Huh? Elvis taking the children out of the country. Maybe it's a new nickname for Dan instead of Gibbers. Is that what it is? Because I know that there was a thing about, remember we saw it referenced in the earlier emails, right? Like Dan, I guess, wanting to take the kids to Israel, that would be a trip out of the country. That's the only thing I could think of. So is she, I wonder if this is a new nickname for Dan. Okay. What happened with the dean? Any help, or do you need to proceed to the provost? Something has to be done with this asshole. Call us if you feel up to it tonight. If you're too tired, then call us in the morning after you leave the boys at school if you can. Love you, Mom and Dad. Okay. So the most unhinged, well, I guess this third one is the longest, and with all the, this is really, anyway, that's the Donna emails, guys. So there they are. So what we're going to do now is we are going to watch some of Wendy's testimony from Charlie's trial. And this day in court was crazy because Wendi is called, and then they call Jeff Lacasse, and then the prosecution recalls Wendi later in the day. So, so we're not going to we're not going to watch all of it because it'll be, we'll have to split it into two. Like we'll probably watch the first time she testifies, and then the second time will be another live stream. But that's what we're going to be watching next. So let me get that queued up. Okay. Okay, here we go. Judge Everett. So Wendy's in the gallery. Oh, I need to do something. Hold on. So I don't get in trouble. Oh, good. I can make it square. That's perfect. Let's do this. Wait a second. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Yay. So there was Dan Rashbaum talking to George Kappelman. Yep. She surely did. So there's no sound right now in the courtroom. It's not us. It's the courtroom. Let me go forward a little bit. I think it's supposed to show. Okay, there's Chart. Look at that. Does he look nervous or what? Looks like he's going to throw up. Okay.
Everyone can be seated. State, please call your next witness.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Here we go. There she is, guys.
Please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be true? You may be seated.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson, WENDI-ADELSON.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity too. So nothing you say could be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
That doesn't mean you have
Have fun.
full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Did you know Daniel Markel?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markel?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C.
Good try. So remember, guys, first of all, remember, his parents did not come to his trial, and Wendy's was there in the gallery only because she was subpoenaed to testify. That was why Georgia asked that question, right? That, in other words, none of his family would have shown up at all, right, were it not for the subpoena. Yeah.
He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
When did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami.
Mm-hmm.
He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
Where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have two children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markel?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communication, so that's why I asked about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markel was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right. And do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. Now you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of come through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex?
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's begins on page 43, and it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013 where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
Here we
I
go.
recall the
Right
filing.
on topic,
I said
right?
43. I'm not sure oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes. Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
Sorry, I
It's
don't
been
understand the question.
suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful, did you?
I
Or
think
not?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely. No.
Okay, and weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you
Well,
thinking
he
that?
and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby in Miami, that might work. And then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point. So that
So-
was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure. I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right, and page 46 of that document, paragraph E references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes, that's
What
her
a-
name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014,
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So, I mean, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice? Paychecks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right?
Mhm.
So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016,
They
sound right?
never talked to me about money, so I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce
And
I mean,
status?
you know,
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
let me back that up a second, because again, all the emails we just read, listen to this question. Hold on.
Discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about
Read in.
the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce
I mean,
status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
Mhm. What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation
Remember.
revolving around the divorce and the subsequent.
Remember, in the first email, I think it was the first Donna email, Donna says that Wendi needs to move to a safe place or a safe space, right? And I mean, I pointed it out because it's like, yeah, there is no, in other words, that's Donna trying to suggest that Wendi should almost insinuate that there's physical abuse, and which Wendi never did. But the shit in the emails is going to come up, right? And again, it's interesting because the state is going to, at this juncture, right? At this juncture, Wendy's still out free, Donna's out free, but her and Harvey are currently during this trial planning to abscond to Vietnam, right? Or what, assuming he get, in the event that he gets convicted, which he does. So, but what the state needs to do here is actually, if they're, whenever they use, well, for everything, right? For everything in this case, including the emails we just read, they have to tie that to Charlie, which, I mean, again, the only real way to do that is through Wendi. That's why it's so bizarre that she's sitting there on the stand and not charged, because that's the only way to tie. That's the only way that Charlie even comes up in the emails, right? Is how he's participating in the efforts to help Wendi at that point relocate, right? So.
Issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but.
Mm-hmm. I want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. You've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it. Are those emails between you and your mother?
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me.
Oh.
Okay. Mostly all from your mom.
Yeah.
Okay. And the email address says, I think it's something like Wendi Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names. So they've been married over 50 years. So they have a joint email address. So it's from both of them.
Okay. So what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph.
This is why I
there
wanted to do this, right? Because we just
above the
read
word
these,
response.
so it's
Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast,
Kind of
but
scanned.
I can
And,
read it.
and what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient schedules around so he
This
can
is the
continue
first
to spend
email.
significant time with the children. Did you,
Are you objecting, Mr. Rochelle?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's 57. Thank you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here. Yes.
Okay. And it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my
Yes.
father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing.
y'all, this is exactly what I said from, what was it, the third email maybe or whatever. But remember when I was like, the only way that I could see them tying Charlie, and it's because in Donna's words, right? In Donna's words, this is also having a financial effect on Charlie. Now, again, that may or may not even be the case at all, again, because we went through the logical, like the line of things you have to, the premises that all you have to assume are true and go off of in order to get there. And it's like really a lot of steps, right? But the problem for Charlie really is that Donna, in an effort to exaggerate the validity of the claims she's making and for the relocation purposes, right? Has been exaggerating, right? The sacrifices, has now put that in writing. And now it does look like Charlie is financially taking a loss due to the situation. That's so funny. I forgot that this is exactly what she said, but yeah, there it is. So I haven't watched this since when it happened in real time. So yeah.
Monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing. Yes.
Okay. And she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so well, let me look. Give me a moment. So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face.
No.
But that was a word that was only used to describe him.
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay. So in this, again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said. Yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Maybe. Yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida?
Controlling question, because it's really the jury either already has at this point. This is, I guess, still the first day of trial, but the jury either has seen or will see at this point that there is literally no denying that by anyone's standard, Donna's controlling. It's one of those things where it's like by saying no, her credibility, right, is highly questionable there, because it's like, it's obvious she should have said yes to that for sure.
Would they come up here and get you, or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them. So it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right. And so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame? Because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was
right. Yeah, she wouldn't have been. We heard about this in Jeff's interviews, right, where he said that her parents, and by parents, surely he means Donna, right? I mean, I think that's safe to say, that she wasn't allowed to drive alone, right? Back and forth, that the parents had to come get her, or, and maybe both of them, right, went and got her. But anyway, that he references that several times in over the course of his 3 interviews, where she's not allowed to drive by herself.
3? No, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay. And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well, dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right. And your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right. And would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't
She
think
didn't
so.
do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like
This is
advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
So,
Once,
y'all know she wouldn't be asking these questions if the answer wasn't yes, right? And she's gonna just ask about, I would imagine, a bunch of these in a row, and then probably, again, I've only seen this once, and it was when it happened. So I don't remember all the specifics, right? But so I'm watching it again, really with like a fresh perspective. So my thought here would be, she's probably gonna ask a bunch of these and then impeach her, right? Because she wouldn't be asking these questions if she didn't have the answer and know the answer and be able to back it up with receipts. And why does this matter? And it's so funny because, again, the psychology, like my perspective on that from the emails and the jail calls, right, is that if Donna couldn't get Wendi to do what she wanted, she would have Charlie do it, right? And because Charlie being, again, the sibling that would do what his mom wanted, and Wendi being, maybe trying to set a boundary or whatever. It just makes so much sense because all of this, again, it's showing there's a pattern with the family of how they operate. And it's exactly what the state has already shown and will continue to show as far as the murder, right? So.
you had left Dan and you were living separately. Did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have strike? Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom,
Wait,
if she's really upset about something or worked up
Sorry,
about
did she say no? I was laughing because this is so crazy. Did she say no, though?
My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have strike? Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie is going to hear a lot about?
Yep.
Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay. So do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back. Let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be?
No, because she doesn't get, and this is exactly what I'm saying. Because the reason is because Charlie does what Donna wants. So Charlie doesn't get punished so two things. So Charlie doesn't get punished, therefore you wouldn't have her complaining. So that's exactly why she's asking this question.
Doing?
Probably at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like?
At what point?
Before the murder.
I mean, at what period of time? Before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Yep.
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
Right. Because, this is like all I was just saying during the emails, right? Because Donna gets more possessive when marriage is a part of the equation.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview.
Yes. Do it.
So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12.
Now, I commented on this before, right? So they bring up different lines and parts of, of her interview from the transcript. But the thing is like I said, during her trial, if and when we get there, I don't see that I feel like it would be really difficult to keep the entire video of that interrogation out, because unless there's something I can't, I mean, you know, and the ways that usually those are kept out, right, or suppressed, you know, oftentimes you're looking at like Miranda violations or whatever, and none of that applied there, right? The only way that, you know, what Wendi would have to try to show is that she felt like she did feel like she was in custody, or she did feel like she was being detained. But I don't think that will go far at all, because, you know, like, not only was she not detained, like the fact, for example, that her friend was allowed in, I'm really glad that happened, because that right there would just show like, yeah, clearly you're not, you know what I mean? Because remember, the standard of like, should Miranda have been read is like, what a reasonable person feel like they are being detained, even if that hasn't been said explicitly. So things like being backed into a corner, or, you know, surrounded, and like, again, like the amount of maybe physical pressure put on by law enforcement, or of course they could tell you, but in terms of when they don't tell you. Anyway, but none of that's the case with Wendi. And the fact that her friend came, and well, actually more than one friend come to the place, but she had her friend come in the room with her, all that shit, right? So I'm just literally excited, right? Because I would really look forward to that moment when the jury gets to actually see her interrogation. But until then, we're getting, you know, lines of the transcript being read for the jury. So.
I'm kind of open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself. Sure. And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page for me, not that. 27. Page 7 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes,
It says, Ms. Adelson, you know, my parents are, you know, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Yay.
Was
Isn't
that
that
true?
what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, you know, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24 through page 289, line 1, and that's going to be, yeah. Didn't you say, you know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Oh boy.
Well, I told them many, many people. But are you asking about this particular
you did not.
moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Yeah.
Or
Didn't
potentially
you?
someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend? I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, your family as well.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. And that's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
And back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
The thing is, going back and listening to this again, I'm really glad we're doing this, because here's the thing. Right. So since this happened, right, of course, Donna was arrested, just waiting for trial. And we're now in that phase of like, when is Wendi? Is it, you know, time's running out. And again, I'm appreciating so much more now how these questions are very carefully being asked, because again, these things that could implicate everybody in the family, right? They have to show how it implicates, as we've discussed, like Charlie specifically, right? For example, the emails. So they, you know, because this is Charlie's trial, they have to implicate Charlie specifically. So what I'm appreciating here is how the way that she's doing that with these questions is in a way that does implicate Charlie. But now watching it in hindsight, you can see how it also is setting it up for implicating Donna and Wendi later on. If you listen really closely to the questions, think of it from that lens of when Wendi answers these questions, right? And the way the questions are asked and the way the wording is very careful, right? That does it implicate Charlie? Yes. But could it also implicate Donna? I mean, and technically Harvey, although we know he's probably not really in the mix, but could it? Yes. But also all of these questions, all of them, at the root of the question, right, are the family helping her. So it's really, really, really brilliant the way that by saying the family, right, it implicates Charlie because he's part of the family, but it also implicates the family as a whole, which also includes Donna and Wendi. So hopefully that makes sense. I just think I love watching this in hindsight and seeing how, because, you know, at the other trials, right, this will come up. Like, for example, if Wendi is still not arrested when Donna goes to trial, she'll be called again, right? She'll be called again. And any of these statements that were made and the way she answered questions, right? This transcript, you know, they can use it to impeach her, right? So in other words, all of this could come in at any subsequent trial, be it Donna's trial, but also Wendi's trial. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. You know, like, for example, if she tries to say something, I don't know, other than what she's saying here, right? That it wasn't the family, blah, blah. It was just Charlie. Let's just say, for example, maybe for the sake of example, like at her mom's trial, let's say Wendi's still free and she's testifying at her mom's trial. And let's say, for the sake of example, she tries to say something like, no, it didn't implicate the whole family, just implicated Charlie. And maybe she would say that because he's already convicted and her mom's not. And, you know, I don't know, just hypothetical, right? They could come in and say, well, hold on. At this, here's what you said previously, right? And the word family, right? So it's very strategic in my opinion. So yeah.
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back.
We'll go forward until she finds it.
Doesn't Mr. Markel say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true. So just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Oh,
sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding?
Wendi is still trying to litigate these divorce proceedings from 2013. This trial was in 2023? Or was it 2024? Maybe it was even 2024. Maybe it was the beginning. Anyway, regardless, in other words, Wendi now, it's been 10 years after these filings, right? At least from the time the trial is happening to when they were filed. 10 years have elapsed. And the person who wrote that filing, right, is deceased. And Wendi is still trying to litigate that by saying that the shit's not true. Unbelievable. Like, listen to this. Oh my God, Wendi, it doesn't matter. Like,
the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true. So just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
That wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, he said. lots of things.
All right. And you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings were pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markell is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markell is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. My mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No,
And
he
that's
asked for her to
evidence.
babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread. And so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay. And when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay.
Right.
What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
Oh boy. Wendy, you know.
Stasis of it,
Dude,
57.
stop. She knows. She knows. She knows. Oh my God. It's stupid.
All right. And
I'm going to read what she said here
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part?
of the divorce for my mom.
Yes.
It says here that for her, it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but they
Did
felt
they
like a very
result
long
in a
time.
resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markell seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it. So I don't remember talking with her about it or.
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist? A
Yes.
bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
We read all this.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Did. Yes, Georgia. Yes, ma'am.
Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
Wow. Oh, so there he is laughing. He's just a fucker. Yeah. I mean, it is funny.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive. Yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
well,
we'll go forward until she's
It's not in there, but you can get back to me
Well,
with it.
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor. The comment, she's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
They're approaching.
Fit in.
It might be.
Last comment by Ms. Kappelman. You may continue.
So would you have to review the whole file in order to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you? Describe, at least in one occasion, being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions. And the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning-
And had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
No, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
That's just not fucking true, though. But whatever.
Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying
And
relocation.
what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm sure my mom would have said something to him.
Right.
All right. So did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you?
And guys, remember the question she asked Wendi about wouldn't your mom complain to Charlie? Because remember, Charlie's the good kid, right? And Wendi tried to say no, or not really, whatever. And I was like, that's bullshit, you know. But now listen to the answer to this question.
But let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying
And
relocation.
what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm sure my mom would have said something to him.
Right. Because again, she would always complain to Charlie. We know that's the thing. It's like, but she tried to say that anyway. You can. And my point is like when she's answering something honestly, but it's the answer is not when it's an answer to about something else, right? Like when she doesn't know, when that's not the issue at hand of the question, right? Like that's not the point of the question, right? The being asked, but then she answers it. Am I making any sense? Like when she's asked directly about it, she'll say, no, right? But when she's being asked about something else and that is a part of it, and she's answering it honestly, you can see the answer is different. So that's my point. The other thing I was going to note too is that Wendi moved to Austin, Texas in August, and Donna was arrested. I can't remember the exact date, but it was a week after Charlie was convicted. So in the summer sometime. Anyway, my thought with these questions is when she's asking like where would you live? Well, it would look like maybe Wendi always wanted to live in Austin, right? But it's interesting too, right? She never moved to Austin. Like she could have moved to Austin a year ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago, to these questions, right? Like in other words, if the idea was like she was stuck in Tallahassee because of Dan Markel, right? Once he's gone, she could have moved anywhere. She didn't only have to move back with her parents, right? She could have moved anywhere. And that's what Wendi is saying. Yeah, sure, I would have liked to live anywhere. It's not just going back to Miami or whatever, right? But she went back to Miami. Why? Because her parents, right? She's not wanting to concede that point. But I think it's just so interesting and more evident maybe that obviously that's the case, right? Because now, and again, Harvey's not the issue, it's Donna. Because now that Donna's in custody, right? Once Donna's in custody, then Wendi leaves not just Miami, not just South Florida, not just Florida. She goes to Austin, Texas, right? So it's just interesting because her mom can't do anything from prison, right? Or jail, rather, to control her.
All right. So did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did. And for this, I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you're going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay. Was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right. And the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay. And did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right. What about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay. And specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time.
She did, yes.
Okay. And did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to
I have no
Christianity?
idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's
On
emails.
page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. And Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your
No.
mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats.
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm gonna switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right, and around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. You will. Okay. I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah. So I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59. Yes, that's what we did. One moment. All right, you may not be able to do this, but it states 59. I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time
Yes.
frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you can authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask written evidence, state 61.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 61 is admitted.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement.
Mhm.
The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house. He pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money. And so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal. And he said, I have compelling reasons. I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement because he didn't do it.
Right. So you believe that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement. And he was
Yes,
in violation of the settlement agreement.
yes,
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
he accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the
Correct.
disclosures. Okay. All right. So I want to ask you about the motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markell in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at,
We'll go forward until she finds
this
it.
is going to be that filing.
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
Don't know really.
Could you be jailed?
Yes, you know, Wendi.
I don't know.
All right. And when was this?
Nation,
This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And
I
you don't know
filed
what
this-
that means?
At the time I filed, which was 10 years ago,
Oh, okay. Well, refresh your recollection with the
Okay.
document. Goes through 340.
okay, I have it.
Okay. So what was it you were asking for in this motion?
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt?
Yep.
Okay. And what day was this filed?
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right, so Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't
Remember
remember what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother, Charlie, that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
And you may have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at
Text messages about her relocation. Hi, Blackwitter. Oh, I have something very important to say to you, Blackwitter. Blackwitter, when I was doing timestamps for the most recent live stream that you were at in the chat, I was doing timestamps, and we had a new scroll friend, and they were asking like where you were from or something like that. I noticed when I was doing the timestamps that I was saying where everybody was from, and I was like Blackwitter, and I said you were from Washington, D.C. In my brain, I said Ireland. I have literally no idea. I know that you know that I know that you live, so it was, I guess it was just still residual from being sick or whatever. I have literally no idea. I just wanted to point that out, that I didn't even notice it at the time. And you didn't, so, and then I think at one point I even put like the Irish flag in the chat or whatever. Cause again, it was like, I thought I said, anyway, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, but I know you live in Ireland, but that was just really funny. And I was like mortified when I was doing the timestamps. I was like, why and how did that come out of my mouth? So I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, I can read what's here, but I still don't remember.
Don't really
anything.
remember.
For fuck's sake,
And
Wendi.
after pulling the plug in the house, there were some emails
Dude.
where you were saying
Y'all,
you
I
can't-
can't wait, dude. I can't wait. I'm like, so it's like jumping ahead, right? I'm just for trial, right? Because she's gonna fucking take. Well, I would imagine she'll take the stand. I hope she takes the stand. I hope so, because the cross examination will be one for the books, and it'll be especially interesting because she's already testified at all these other trials, And by the time she goes to trial, she'll have had even more practice because Donna's trial, and depending on the timing of things, maybe even Charlie's retrial, just depends on the timing. But she'll be, and it'll be really interesting. I wonder, one thing I'm thinking about, because it's always Georgia who questions her, right? It would be really funny if Wendi gets up there, right? And so in other words, she's got practice at this, right? She's been questioned all these times at Georgia. It would be really interesting just to like completely change it up, and so she's like completely thrown off. Like if they had a different prosecutor question her under cross, right? If she's called, if she takes a stand in her own defense, and then she's expecting Georgia to get up there again, and she's like thinking, oh, I've done this before, but then it's like literally anybody else. Oh my God, I'm just picturing it. It'll be amazing regardless of who does the questioning, but yes. So
answer the phone. You're crying too hard about the house.
it did a
Like you
swap
seem genuinely upset about someone going in the house, but now you don't remember it.
Well, it's been 10 years.
Sure.
So a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember, is talking with a real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house, and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, it probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then a few months later, on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379. I'll ask you what that document is.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
Sanctions.
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay. And he accuses you.
She refreshed herself. I still can't get over the fact that just a few minutes ago, Georgia asked her what sanctions are, and Wendi said she didn't know what sanctions are. Like she said she didn't know what they are. I can't get over that, because the point being that there's all these different motions back and forth about sanctions, so that even if you're not an attorney, if you're asking for sanctions, you would know what they are. But I mean, it's just so, again, it just strains the credulity, right? Because it's just like her not admitting that her mom is controlling. To say, no, my mom's not controlling, and also to say, I don't know what sanctions are. I mean,
you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit.
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And ask the court to sanction you.
Yes, that's
And-
what he said.
Okay. So again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really.
that was a good question, because she's trying to, again, get her to answer that differently. Them's fighting words and lawyer terms. The answer is yes, but she's not even actually answering the question. She's being non-responsive. But if she had said yes, then it would be like, okay, well, then you know what they are. But she does, right? She does. So
really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
this is like a chess match right now.
And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437,
Wendy's got to keep track of what she said prior to the murder to people, what she said in the interrogation, any times that she was deposed, if she was deposed, and also her testimony from all the previous trials, and her testimony from this current trial from this day. And do a lot of maneuvering to not impeach herself, right? That's a lot of testimony. And again, think about that. Think about, and there'll be even more when it gets to her trial. It will be impossible, right? That's part of it, right? By the time it gets to her trial, she has had so much testimony under oath, right? Never mind what anybody else has said. Her personally, right? You won't be able to ask her anything without it being subject to being impeached, which is just great. I just love it.
But do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
Although, actually, I take it back. because she's been given qualified immunity. So the qualified immunity, well, actually, okay. I think that the way that that works is that they can still impeach her. The qualified immunity that she has for testifying all these other times is like they can't bring additional charges for anything she says. So, but I'm pretty sure that they can, right. Yeah, that's what it is. They just can't charge her. Like, in other words, they can't charge her for another crime or whatever for anything she says. But they can, so when they go to arrest her, right, it has to be based on, not on things she said in these trials, but it can be based on the evidence that comes into these trials, but just not her own testimony. And as far as her testimony, they can still use it to impeach her. So.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
Fuck.
And then if you'll go to page 439,
That's a lot.
do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it. Hold
On number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
My attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking action against your mother. And that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Page 441.
Oh boy.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that, yes, sir.
Oh, I said that. That's right.
Isn't it in this motion that Dan Markell seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450. Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markell, Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And continue, please.
In December 2013,
You don't have to say the name. Your child.
my child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markell in front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markell is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation.
Oh.
Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court.
He filed this in court.
On what date?
Let's look at trial. So Dan, wow, right? Like, in other words, all the shit we've been saying about Donna, like that is obvious from the emails, like it got to the point where Dan Markell filed a motion about Donna's behavior being parental. Well, let's listen to this again. Parental alienation. Incredible. Oh boy. You imagine how Donna reacted to that.
In front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markell is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court.
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am. Page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that
wow.
never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on
And
this.
that's
So
because
that is
Dan Markel was killed
really-
before the hearing, right?
Yep. I was gonna say that was really he was murdered in June. I believe June 13th, but either way, that's really close in time.
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. If is it fair to say your mom was
Yeah,
worried
sorry.
about this
For
motion?
July. I get June and July confused a lot because, like, why do we have 2 months back to back that both are 4 letters long and both start with JU? Just saying. Anyway, July 19th. So, yeah, but that's crazy. March. Wow.
No, my mom never knew about this motion. And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion. So I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother
I don't believe I
via
did.
email. In fact, you forwarded this motion
Wow.
to 12 different people. Your mom, Jeffrey Lacasse, Renee
Oh, boy.
Griggs,
Oh,
Toba
boy.
Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt,
Wow.
Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared
Robert Adelson. That's interesting.
Reich, and some MEHULNYC@yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
Oh,
And then a couple
fuck's
days
sake,
later,
Wendy. Ah,
we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I filed it. I sent it to people in July when Danny
You
was killed.
sent it, I'm sorry, you sent it a couple days later.
I sent
That email to 12 different people.
in March.
Yes.
Maybe for,
Oh my God, they're approaching. Look at her stupid face. Look at her stupid face. Wendy, you're going down. You're going down, down, Wendy. Dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da. You know, whatever that song is. Oh my God. I'm so excited. I'm going to make that song like I've been talking about, the song where it's like everyone, what is it? Everyone knows it's Wendy. I'm going to make that song and do it Wendy Adelson themed. But I'm like, I feel like I should wait for when she gets charged as like a way to celebrate. Look at Charlie. I will say, I do feel bad for Charlie. Like, think about it, guys. Had he done a Robert Adelson, right, and gotten out of the clutches of the 2 Adelson women, he would be living his life somewhere free, happy, married with kids if he wants. We know he loves his son. He would have a different life and he would not be serving a life sentence. You know, it's like, but for, anyway, it's just really sad to me. And, you know, Robert made the right call, obviously, for a lot of reasons. Let me just jump ahead.
Take a brief break. The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room.
Okay, so I wonder, are they going to say on the record what's going on here? Maybe. Court's on. Okay, no, they're on a 5-minute break. It says. Okay, let me jump ahead.
You got a copy of, I think, what you're using.
All right.
Judge, what
Yes.
he was the question I was asking her that Mr. Rashbaum is referencing was about her forwarding something to 12 people, which I didn't, that was not.
The audio's terrible.
He does have a copy of the exhibit now.
It kind of
I
gets
did
better
not
in the
introduce into
course,
evidence the email
but it's
forwarding.
speed.
So I think we're on the same page.
All right. Ms. Adelson, come back in and take the witness stand. Also, you can be seated.
Say it.
Also have to let the court reporter get set. She is the woman of the hour.
Say
Please
it.
bring in the jury.
Bring the jury. Bring the jury. Bring the jury.
There it is. I wanted to get the whole thing. Let me do it one more time.
Bring the jury.
There it is. I was waiting for him to say it so I could play that, and then I like double clicked it. Anyway, there we go. Bring the jury. So I'll jump ahead a little bit for that.
Well, we're out here.
Oh, Dan is a lot shorter than Charlie. Now I'm remembering that whenever they do bring the jury, it is a long wait. I guess wherever they keep the jury, it's quite a distance from the courtroom. Because in some trials, they're closer by. It just depends. Yeah, I remember remembering now that there's like it takes a while for that jury.
Kappelman, you can resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of 3, so I have 2 older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right, and he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right, and are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
I'm closer to Charlie.
Yeah.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time. I was in Tallahassee. He was in South Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot, yeah.
Did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
He came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
He had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
When I was a little kid.
What
yeah.
about as an adult?
As an adult? Not particularly.
Jeff said,
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15. So this top here.
Okay.
All right, so page 25. You find it?
Yes.
Quote, "It was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV." Is that what he said?
That was the joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markel, right? That was the joke.
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
Not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Okay. Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
why is it?
He repeated the joke.
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
To other people?
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never
And tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that
That's
TV
funny.
as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that
Oh my
joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right. And who is Jeff Lacasse?
Okay, I was trying to pause it. So Candace asked, why did he staple cash? You know what? They do talk about that when Charlie takes a stand, and it's just a habit that he had. He stapled it. He had a certain amount that he would staple. I don't remember exactly what it was, but we'll probably end up reviewing his testimony as well. And since we're going back through some of the key moments of this trial, in gearing up for Donna and potentially Wendy's trial, but I know it's odd. It's an odd thing, right? To add that to the money laundering as well. So they had their quirks for sure.
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have
Yes.
clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because
I can answer that because she's involved in every aspect of Wendy's life.
just the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under
Oh my God, that's
her
so
name and her
weird.
number.
Why?
So
Why?
when the repair guy was coming, they may have called or texted the number on the account instead
Why?
of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later. And yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like
Yeah, of course.
out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right.
That's
And
the same
did you
thing.
ever
I mean-
hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No,
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
Was that
One moment, Ms. Callen.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Here's
Overruled.
was that dinner
Smiling. That was
a
weird.
celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month because I was terrified. And if it was
Why,
a celebration of
Wendi?
anything, it was a
Shut
celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a
No.
meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through my brother.
What was her relationship to your brother?
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No,
So she seemed like a typical kind of girl that he would date.
she did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you meet Whitney Kick?
I did.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was
Oh,
Father's Day 2014. So
Oh, wow.
9 years ago.
Interesting.
June 15th of 2014?
That sounds right.
So about a month before the murder?
Wow.
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
Huh.
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Really interesting.
Showing you what I've marked as states 35. Is this that photograph? And I've attached the data associated with it.
Yes.
Okay. Is there an accurate copy of that photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask
Wow.
States 35.
Ooh, publish it.
Okay.
Yes, 35. You met?
Permission to publish?
You met?
Publish. Publish. Interesting. They're probably having technical difficulties. Here it is.
All right. Is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanua?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
And how long had Ms. Magbanua been dating your brother at
Wow.
the time this photo was taken?
I
I
forgot
have no
about
idea.
this.
How many times had you met Ms. Magbanua at the time this was taken?
I think once before,
Okay. How many times did you hang out with her total?
just these 2 times. Once at the dinner when I met her, and then once at the beach for an hour.
Was the relationship between your brother
Charlie's.
and Catherine Magbanua serious, if you know?
I don't know. I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious? Not too serious?
It never stood out to you during that
Is
time
Wendi looking at him? Maybe.
frame as like, oh, this is the one.
No.
All right. So you mentioned you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua. What about June Mchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which one that is? She's not in the picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Mchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay. And would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, that would have been after.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanua was blackmailing your brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
So he never told you?
No.
You
That's
testified in
Charlie's
Catherine
theory.
Magbanua's murder trial last year, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And she was convicted
She was convicted, yes.
of murder,
Yes, of murder.
of murdering Dan Markell,
Of murdering my
A
children's
crime?
father, yes.
a crime for which she apparently is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay. You have no knowledge of it.
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending,
In all of the years this has been pending,
your brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know.
I did not know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you know why Catherine Magbanua was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm guessing administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No.
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markell was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was planning to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow, we don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they knew that.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan
Oh,
Markel's
boy.
schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Prior to Dan Markel's murder, when were you last in South Florida? Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early July, so I would have gone down to celebrate his birthday,
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adelson on that trip?
Yes. We celebrated my dad's birthday, the whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine Magbanua on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
I bet
Did
that-
Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
And was Catherine Magbanua at the
Answer.
party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Umchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
I don't.
So it could have been any one of them or none of them.
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right, so you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay.
Oh,
And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday. If it was, I felt like it was a weekend. So maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay, tell me about the event. Who, you said there were family and friends there, about how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
We had paella.
Interesting.
Were you responsible for securing the paella or is that your brother's job or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and no one else could communicate with him. So I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
Did you, so there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in at least?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's, of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about what about the grandchildren getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that have
parents
been
had
the
full
big
unfettered
gift?
access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they did.
They were 50% of the time with Dan Markel, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full
Oh
unfettered
my
access.
God.
On the occasion that we're talking about Dad's birthday, was that one of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
During that 7-hour trip or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
Any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
Any further discussion about bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude your mom from having contact with the kids?
No.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would
Well,
be completely
interesting.
speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
So this is interesting. So this same day in trial, right after Wendi, they bring in Jeff Lacasse, and one of the things, and I just remember vaguely that he testified. They asked about this TV, and we will listen to his answer. We'll hear it. We'll go through all that. But like, if what my memory is that it had been broken a really long time, right? So the weird thing would be that day you needing to get it repaired, right? So
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No,
Why not?
because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yeah.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure, that's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long? Just to tell you, like, this thing can't be repaired? Or It's cost prohibitive to repair. Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being, oh, yes, I was upset that day.
Oh.
I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
And
so nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Oh, wow.
Did you ever use the TV as code for the murder?
No,
I also
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
no.
I also think it's weird because I in my mind, like if you call somebody out and they're gonna like take a look at the TV, right, or whatever the thing is broken, and they're like, here's how much it costs, and then you're like, nah, I'm not gonna use your services. It's weird that you would still pay them, right? You know what I mean? Like, because you can get a free for shit like this, right? You get a free estimate. That's part of it. Like they give you an estimate, then you decide either yes, I want it, or no, I don't. And if you don't want it, you don't pay them. So that's kind of weird to me. But also, wasn't there already earlier in her testimony discussion about the TV being under warranty? And I remember her specifically using the word contract and thinking it was weird because I was like, contract with the TV. And I was like, oh, well, right, because it's warranty. So if it's a warranty, you shouldn't have to pay for a repair anyway. That's the point of a warranty. So this is all very weird. And I'm trying to remember if they like bring in the dude from the Geek Squad or whatever, but it looks like they've got statements from him. So it's all, it makes the TV stuff never made any sense, but it makes even less sense when you hear these details about it. So
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacasse at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up. So I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
Right.
So on that,
and this is when it was weird because she is like out of the blue, right? We heard from Jeff in his interviews, and then she wants him to come to yoga with her, and she was acting all weird, he said.
Occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence.
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
And you couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman.
I can't imagine I would have said that.
Jeff said she did.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacasse, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not 4 days before the murder?
No.
All right. So end of June 2014 would have been the last time you saw him.
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June, at which point we had a big argument and I really didn't want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night and telling him I wanted to have some space.
Okay. So 4 days before the murder?
So 4 days before Danny was killed.
All right. And that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space. Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while and I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right. So what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay. So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30.
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay. And when you had to turn around at the tape, right?
This is huge because remember on the last live stream, I believe it was, we watched the little clips with the recent court TV thing with Vinnie Politan, and he had Joel on there. And they were talking about how they had one of the court TV correspondents down there on the road, right? And saying how where the house was located, it was like a 2.5 minute drive from where you would turn on Trescott to get to the house. So they actually played this clip from Wendy's testimony and said that this is impossible because she tries to make it seem like she barely turned onto the road and she could already see it blocked off. So, and that literally could not have happened. They actually proved that this was entirely false. I mean, besides like common sense, they proved it in terms of just the way the road is situated, the way the house is situated. There was another area that they were able to like also impeach her on as well. But yeah, so this is the moment where this is the infamous moment, right? The number of times in the jail calls where Charlie says she couldn't help herself. And actually, to that end, we have a sound clip here where Charlie says Coinkydink, and also she couldn't help herself.
It's either a coincidence or she gives up. She couldn't help herself.
He says that, I don't know, maybe 100 times, and that's not an exaggeration. He says the number of times he says that in those jail calls is insane. And guarantee you it'll come up at her trial, if and when that happens, because this is one of the whole things, right? Her showing up at Trescott right after the homicide shows prior knowledge. And Charlie even says so, freaking on the jail calls. Like, so this is huge. This is huge. And remember, again, she's had to testify about this several times before. She also talked about this in her interrogation, and all of these times, right? She's got to be careful that she keeps her story consistent. But if things become problematic between the different times, she might be able to tweak it a little bit. So let me back it up so we can hear this full line of questioning again, because this is crucial here.
On interviewing for a job at FSU, I was making plans to go meet her.
And that was
the time got too close for her interview. And then I had 2 friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right. So what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay.
And
so it makes sense that you might have.
It's funny that she says last minute. In her interrogation, that she makes a point about that, because, you know, she keeps saying all throughout that whole interrogation, she keeps saying like, my friend's this, and I have so many friends, and this and that. And she keeps talking about all her different friends, trying to make herself seem like really popular and stuff. And at one point, she mentioned something about her friends again towards the end of the interrogation, and the detective says, "Yeah, I know you've got so many friends," something like that. But then she's like, now that he says it, she's like, "Well, what do you mean?" You know, and he's like, "Well, you were able to make lunch plans, so last minute, and able to have a lunch date with your friends like so last minute, and you're able, you know, in other words, you had that many friends that used some that were available." But the whole point about the last minute thing. And that it wasn't planned, right? Because of course she's trying to make it look like it's not an alibi. But anyway, it's just funny. She's using the same language in here, the last minute, trying to look consistent, right? So
Left your residence at about 12:30.
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay. And when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right and it couldn't turn. So I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there?
There was tape.
Yeah. And an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime and there's electrical storms and trees fall. So that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Electrical storm, a thunderstorm.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know. But
did you attempt to call Dan Martell when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Martell or your kids that morning?
All of her
My kids know, but that would have been normal. And Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time. And we left voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay. I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
All right. The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
I mean, I think it was about our son's school.
Was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would leave.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voicemail?
Sure.
Let me know when you're done.
Okay. Okay.
So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Getting along great.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor.
Wait, hold on.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So
Okay.
it would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markel's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school. So it's everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah,
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
no,
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
no, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party. So I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
That sounds right.
Okay. And then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic, I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomas
River.
Road.
All right.
And so it's
And is the restaurant?
She has to make it look like she's really bad with directions and always goes the same way. And she's really, challenged with that stuff.
where law enforcement came to speak with you and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
That's correct.
Right. Do you agree or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press? Just
It
as
was
much
not in
as
the press.
Markel?
Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide.
A year after.
Right. So okay, while it is awful that Nancy Grace does terrible things, the point is that Wendi was trying to make it seem like just for her kids' protection and safety, that's why she changed their names in relation to the pictures. Now, that would be totally understandable and reasonable. However, it wasn't until more than a year later that she changed their names. So yeah.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know what was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that
The
why?
reason I just checked is because I had a feeling, I'm like, I think she's about to finish with direct and it's going to get into cross. Now remember, this is the first time she testifies twice on this day. I believe. No, wait, now I'm trying to remember. Wait, hold on. Oh no, it's the next day. Right. So they don't finish cross. Right. So they finish, that day ends and they don't finish cross. And then the next day starts, they finish cross. Then you have like redirect. I don't remember if there's a recross or not, but then then the next day, right? So she comes back again the next day, finishes her testimony from this first round, but then they call her back later that same day because of stuff that comes out with Jeff Lacasse. And that was really crazy. And so, yeah. So what we'll do is we'll finish her testimony on this day. And then next time we will watch her testimony from the following trial day, which would be, again, finishing her cross and then redirect. And then we will also watch Jeff's testimony and then we'll watch her come back again. So anyway, I'm just thinking about that. I can just tell she's almost finished with direct here. So
You went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay.
yeah, she looks bad.
Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did
Right.
you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother might have done it.
No, I did not.
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right.
I know George is going to say something about it, but remember, we looked at it. It was less than 22 minutes into the interview. She mentions her brother, though. So the excuse, I get it. Interrogations, right. However, right off the bat, fresh in the room, fresh out of having her nice lunch. So you can't use that as an excuse, right? Like she did mention him again later, other times, but the first time was less than 22 minutes in.
One of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't
right?
really believe that was possible.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
Well, that is true.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markell for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't.
Why would it be her fault though if it was a student? If he gave a student a bad grade, why would it be her fault? I mean, but also she's saying that she has to, because that's what she said in her interrogation. That she did. I mean, it was just, again, the self-snitching. So many times she kept saying, there was a lot of guilt, like, why, this is my fault. It could be related to me. I have so many friends and he treated me badly. You know, it came up time and time again.
Didn't say any of that before. The first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You say
There it
Charlie
is.
might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may.
That was the point I was making. Brushing the daisy in the room.
This is
After
gonna be
a nice
couch. Yeah. Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly. And it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. So instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think you would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no. And when Isom starts to ask you, what good does it serve? You say, I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy.
No.
All right. Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's
Wow.
your family.
Wendy's
It's not
mad.
my family.
I mean, somebody hired them, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid them.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too. You didn't want them held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says, regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
I mean, yeah.
But I don't think it was my family. Is what I
Different
said.
now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's
No
not right.
further questions.
There it is.
Cross-examination.
Judge, maybe we do a sidebar first?
Very briefly.
Very briefly.
Brief sidebar. Isn't it crazy? This is the first day of the trial, guys. This is the first day. That's why they keep saying they didn't know, because in opening statements, that's where the new theory about the double extortion came in. So that's why they're all saying that they learned something new today. It's hard to, in my mind, it's just so hard to even remember, like, that Wendi testified on day one. You know what I mean? Crazy. What a way to start the trial, right? So she tests. Look at her. What's she doing? She's like, you can do this. Keep lying. Keep it up. You're not next. I don't know. Wonder what's going through her head. That's interesting, isn't it? Wow. Like, look at this. Deep breaths. Wow. Giving herself a little pep talk. You know, I wonder if when she does that, does she hear her mom's voice in her head, even when she tries not to? Probably. Okay. Did she hear Donna saying, it's your turn. You have to do your job. You're part of the team, right? You know, you have to help yourself. All the guilt tripping read in those emails, right? Like I said, you can just see that. You could see that the number of times it's been repeated to her that would be the voice in her head, right? You know, you have to hold up your end of the deal, all that type of shit. Crazy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Adelson, we've met before, right?
Yes,
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
that's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrest of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You were at your parents' house and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
It's too bad. I'm sorry, Blackwater.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question.
Well,
You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co.
Sorry, I'll back it up. I just wanted to say to Blackwater, because she's amazing. I said, I'm sorry. I don't remember what the deal is with your mom. And you don't have to say it, but sometimes we hear voices from our parents in a good way, right? If we had a good relationship with them, and especially if they've passed, whatever. But then there's like the bad way. So to Blackwater, I'm sorry that you hear your mom's voice if it's in a bad way. Depends on just the context there. But if you meant it in the same way as Donna in Wendy's head, yeah, bad way, right? So, okay. Unindicted co-conspirator.
Correct.
You're at your parents' house, and we were figuring out where he was, right?
Well, that's good. Things,
Right.
I'm glad.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those three killers, including Katie Magbanua. They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
I'm surprised Harvey.
Ms. Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit.
Shout out to Jennifer. Glad you're here again.
I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done. Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents?
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes.
You went to a public high
No
school?
way. That's
did.
stupid.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
Oh, Wendy, stop
But
it.
around a year or two before you went to college,
I'm Wendy.
your
Stupid.
father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he
Interesting.
lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
Interesting about that is that that's something that Harvey has in common with George Anthony, because George Anthony claimed to be a victim of, well, not a Ponzi scheme. Well, I guess it's the same. Is a Ponzi scheme the same as a pyramid scheme? Someone let me know. But a pyramid scheme, while also being the victim of like some other type of fraud thing where like they, the thing that used to happen where like you get an email from the Prince of Nigeria, that thing, like Nigerian prince scam, also a victim of that, like at the same time. It's a special and I literally have said that, like, it's a special club that George Anthony belongs to. And looks like Harvey is in that same club. So.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
Thank you, guys.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
God, Wendy, stop being so disgusting.
Now, you got to ask a lot of questions
Bye, Wendy.
about divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be.
Another interesting note. So it's funny because you remember in when she was on direct and she said something about how with the paella, right? And that she spoke Spanish. And so that's why she communicated with whoever it was that was making food or whatever. It makes sense because considering studied immigration, that makes sense because you would have to be bilingual, right? So that makes sense. But I'm just follow this with me here. So being an immigration lawyer, right? That's her expertise as an attorney or whatever, although she's not like a practicing, not a trial anyway. So in that field of immigration, also being bilingual, right? Fluent in Spanish. And then knowing that she moved to Austin, Texas, just in August, so a few months ago. And Joel made a great point on the Vinny show on Court TV about it being, a little bit closer to the border, and that's, of course, it could be, it's, of course, anybody's guess as to why she's in Austin, right? But I when you add to that the thought of the location, but when you add to that the A, background in immigration law, and B, the fact that she's fluent in Spanish, it is interesting, right? Because I don't know, just keep that in the back of our heads, guys. Now you have to know, I'm sure they're watching her like a hawk, right? And it would be one reason to move out there, right? Because it'd be harder to do if you're not local. But it is interesting, and again, with Donna, she made it easy for them because she self-snitched on those jail calls. So Wendi is not going to make that mistake. But anyway, just something to think about.
Put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but
that's a bold.
You were
That's a
just seeking
fucking
the court
lie.
to enforce
That
its
is
previous
a
order, right?
fucking
that's correct.
lie. Y'all. He doesn't know
Remember
what
you said
it means.
that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
Can I borrow that binder?
Yeah. Blinking is increased there.
I'm going to draw your attention. This is State's Exhibit 56. I'm going to draw your attention to page 187. I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family. At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not. The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You can stop there.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing something like that?
Yep.
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move on.
Well, and for anyone that missed it, we heard, I think it was on the last live stream when we were listening to the jail calls, the funny story when Charlie's like in the middle of it's actually really sad. He's like really crying to Donna. He's like, it's like a really depressing moment. And then to distract himself, he completely takes a 180 and he says to his mom, he's like, you want to hear the only funny story I can tell from trial? And as per usual, because she's not listening, I don't think she answers, but he just goes ahead and starts telling it. And the funny story is him showing up. It was from this day. It was from this day, right? Well, actually, I guess it could have been the next day, but it was from one of the days where Wendy's there in the gallery because she's going to be testifying. And so he tells the story about how he is coming in and then he sees a couple girls that he thinks are cute or whatever. And they're like smiling and like waving at him. And he's like smiling back and like, he's like they're being flirtatious. And then Dan Rashbaum is like, hey, stop smiling at your sister. And he's like, what? My sister? And it turns out he was smiling flirtatiously at Wendi. And then he's like, he just says he didn't realize it was her because her hair was different. So yeah, but he does still think he's going home. That is also accurate. Yeah. Oh, it will. It will. It will. And that's the thing, because it's going to get harder and harder each time for her, right? Because each time she testifies, there's more statements with which to impeach her for the next time. That's why I was saying it's so interesting, because like if she doesn't testify at her trial, that would be why, right? Counsel would be wise to advise her, hey, look at the fuck ton of trials. Look at the fuck ton of statements you've made under oath, right? Yeah, but who knows what she'll do. It'll be interesting to see what happens too with Donna's trial, because we're going to get some different information, right? Like with Donna, I think it's going to be really different because now we're getting into the planning and stuff, right? Versus like facilitating it, the murder. So Donna's will be different. And Wendy's, again, will, if and when it happens, will be even more so. Oh man, I'm just looking forward for the day and for for justice for Dan Markel, of course.
When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004
Washington,
when I
DC.
went up to D.C. to interview for a
The
job.
Blackwater is
Where
not
were you
from.
living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family. And by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you
I wonder
recall
what
if you
Donna
introduced
thought
him to Charlie?
Initially,
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markel?
I honestly don't remember his reaction, but
Were they buddies?
no,
same. Yeah.
They really had nothing in common, right?
no, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly. Is that fair to say?
We did, yeah.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had 2 children.
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor Markel get along with your parents?
Yeah.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, then we'll go back. Do you remember asking Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in Tallahassee?
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
How often did you speak to each other?
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in Tallahassee, is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys, so definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while, so he came by then. But so maybe 3 times.
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markel started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
And some of these issues had to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you two were growing apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But you got marriage counseling, right?
we did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
I think about 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close as you are with your mom,
Ew, Donna's so awful.
while in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Remember, she was
Do you
trying to set
recall
boundaries.
a time when you and Charlie, you were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems?
I do.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, life is short. So if you're unhappy, then, you can make a different choice.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot where you told Charlie that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
And when you told Charlie that you were going to file for divorce, did he have anger and hatred towards Professor Markel?
No,
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place. And my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012. Is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markel was out of town, right?
He was. I called him and let him know that I had filed.
You're a non-confrontational person, right?
Which is not my best quality. Yes.
But you had been in marriage counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
I did.
So there was some planning, correct?
Yes.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. May I approach your honor? Do you recognize the email addresses on this document?
I do.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address, so that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1 at this time.
Is there an objection?
Objection, hearsay.
Approach. Please bring the exhibit with you.
All right, so we will just zoom.
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the
Thing is
TV
so
from
weird.
Best Buy,
Why?
right?
Why is the TV so complicated?
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
My point.
People like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
This is what I was saying. That's true if it's still under warranty. But the fact that they were like, it would charge you this much money, and she called Charlie, according to her, and said, here's how much it's going to cost. And it was like, yeah, it'd be cheaper to buy a new TV. This is the problem I have with all this. If it was under warranty, the repair would have been free. If it wasn't under warranty, then you would have had to pay for it. But none of this business about the warranty and the contract would be relevant. And also, regardless of any of that, if you refuse the repair, why did you end up paying him? Which Wendi just said on direct. None of this makes any sense. Ugh. He's looking for something.
To your mom and dad?
Ugh.
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
Then why?
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that.
Oh my God.
Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
So usually,
He never told you he actually looked into
a lot of times when attorneys say we'll come back to that, they usually don't. I think that what that might mean, it could be he couldn't find it, or it could be that he realized, oh shit, like that document doesn't say what I thought it was going to say, or something like that, right? So we'll see if he does come back to it. But yeah.
to hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the
Let
question.
me rephrase. They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together, right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurred out a statement like that?
I clearly would not.
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff Lacasse?
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
Wait, when was the yard purchase?
During your divorce,
Hold on. Let me go back.
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Right. Like I said, March of 2014. Remember what I said about the TV? So that right there, he shouldn't have asked that question because whatever he was hoping to prove, what it shows is that the TV was broken in March. So remember we were talking about this earlier, right? Because it's not like the kids broke the TV and then she was like, oh no, we need to get it repaired. The TV was broken all the way back in March, right? But then randomly in the middle of July, it's like, oh, now we need to get it fixed, right? Problematic. I think they both fucked up here. He shouldn't ask the question and she should have not answered it that way, in my opinion.
do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
The TV was broken in March. So then why? Ugh. Charlie's probably
During your divorce, you spoke to your mom.
Charlie's probably thinking literally what I just said because we learned from those jail calls. He's actually not stupid. He actually makes a lot of really good points about things that he thought would have been helpful that could have come in at trial. And I even said it like, wow, he had a really good idea regarding the mailman that no one thought of, including his defense team during his trial. And he also isn't too dumb. Like he's smart enough to say, yeah, here's exactly why the jury convicted me and blah, 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 and lay out all the points. And all of them have to do with Wendi, right? You know, and like, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up. This doesn't sit right in your gut. He's not living in an alternate reality like we see with other defendants, right? He's not like he's seeing, yeah, that looks bad. That looks, you know, and all that. And he's got common sense, right? And so he also, I will say, has a huge command of this discovery, which we see when he testifies. He knows it backwards, forwards. He knows every transcript. He knows every wiretap. He knows every date. I guarantee you, he thought what I just said about that thing about the March 2014, the TV being broken. I guarantee you.
Daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation. So that sounds right.
And it's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life.
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
The divorce was settled in July of 2013.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. I felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this relocation issue. Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying for anti-human trafficking legislation?
I was primarily representing victims of human trafficking, but I did a little bit of lobbying too.
But the funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yep.
At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU. What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU, but by that point, I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more time with the kids if I could relocate. But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen. And I was pretty happy.
You
being
know
at my
what's going to
job.
come up in
Now,
redirect.
you were a
You
non-tenured
know what's going to come up in redirect, which doesn't happen until the next court day. Her freaking book.
clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair
Sure.
to say?
Mhm.
And you were had a lot of responsibilities now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to
Well,
give you
I
an
don't know
opportunity
if there's
for
any
more
proof of
stability.
this.
Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family
Sure.
in South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
I don't know that there's any proof of that.
Now, even with
That
this
will come up in
relocation
trial.
request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markel to be absent from your boy's life?
Never. No.
Okay. When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers. Yes.
We saw
I didn't
the
like
email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you
I'm
ever
so
do any of
excited.
that?
Well,
No.
imagine so in Donna's trial, right? When they ask her about this Hitler Youth thing, what is she going to fucking say, right? Because you know that when she said the whole thing about completely bonkers, Donna was like, all mad, right? But it's like Donna is in a pickle there when it comes to her trial because, like, either you concede the fact that that's bonkers, which I think will be hard for her to do because obvious reasons, right? I mean, she's going to have to do it because either that or you say it's not bonkers and then, I don't know. It's lose-lose for her, really, So anyway.
So you never dressed the kids up. You never baptized them. You never took a picture of them.
No.
Okay. Did your mom keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
There was
By the way, in
one
all of these
crazy
emails-
email, Wendi.
Did your mom ever tell you to do something violent
No.
to Professor Markel?
No.
Was there ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No, never.
Mr. Rochenbaum, we're going to get you to ask one more question, and from there, we're going to go into recess for the evening, but your examination of the witness
All
will
right, for the day.
go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard of the Pross blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do, yes.
Would it surprise? Well, what is the Pross blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 2. And this will be quick, Your Honor. I
I
promise.
was going to say, I went from 1 to 5 real quick.
Right.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit to the witness.
Does this look like a posting from the Pross blog?
It does, yes.
Judge, I admit Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objections to state?
I'd like to take a look at it first. Your Honor.
Okay, good.
Go ahead.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
You don't have to approach. Or you have this right here.
I'll ask it one last question, and then we can, if you would, we can handle.
One means one. not
One means one. Do you know if Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his Pross blog?
He would post it on his props blog and on his Facebook.
That's my one question.
Here's one question.
All right, members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for this evening. The examination of Ms. Adelson will continue in the morning. The instruction that you've received from the beginning of jury selection and throughout, I'm going to repeat it once again because instruction
Pause it.
for this evening. The examination of Ms. Adelson will continue
Okay, I'm trying
in
to
the
pause it.
morning.
Okay, there we go. So they're breaking for the day. So as I said, on the next Adelson live stream, we will continue with her testimony, and then we will also hear from Jeff Lacasse, and then Wendi gets called back in. And then if anyone's interested, what we can also do next time too is I do have the most recent motion from Charlie's appellate team asking about, it's a motion for to reconsider the sentencing based on the score sheet. So I do have that. If anyone's interested, we can go over that as well. So yeah, so this will continue. And as always, for anyone who's new, I do always have really detailed timestamps. You know, so I try to get those done either the same day or the next day. But for anyone who's new, and if you're on replay crew, you know, you can be on the lookout for those. So yeah, also I will be having another stream today for Idaho. Basically what I'm waiting to for that to happen is there should be today a filing from the defense regarding their witness and exhibit list for the upcoming hearing on January 23rd. The court had a scheduling order come out, and the scheduling order gave them a deadline, the defense, a deadline of January 9th, which is today. However, their time zone, I can never remember if it's 2 hours or 3 hours. It's either 2 hours or 3 hours earlier, okay, than where I'm at on the East Coast. So let me see here, actually, if I can. So I keep refreshing that to see if that's up. But let me see, what time is it? Okay, so in Ada County, it's 11 a.m. So that's through 2 hours. Okay, so so it's 2 hours earlier. So so anyway, you know, the defense would have until the end of the day, of course, for that. But I would imagine, and my thought was that they probably had that ready to go. So I don't know. So basically, you know, if for some other any reason there's a delay and it's not posted, you know, because sometimes they come right on and sometimes they don't show up on the docket until the next day. If there's a delay, then I will probably wait to do that live stream until that document comes out, because that way it will be relevant to what we're going to be talking about with all the recent court filings. So anyway, but all that being said, it should come out. We should see it today. And so so be on the lookout for that. For those of you guys who are following the case, the Brian Koberger case out of Idaho 4. And I shall say, if, you know, by the time this evening rolls around, if that, for some reason, that court filing from the defense has not posted on the docket, then I will switch around the live streams and we'll do something else. We'll either do Shanna Gardner or Murdoch or something. I'll take a look at, I've got a whole bunch scheduled, but we'll do something else tonight if that doesn't come out. So anyway, but yeah, other than that, thanks everyone for being here and for watching. Love y'all, and see you guys very soon. And squirrel out.